Is Mr. Wildman there?
I don't see him, Mr. Chair.
Give him a couple of moments to join the conversation.
Mr. Wildman is having issues logging in. I'm just going to confirm he has the correct information for the meeting.
Okay. We have to wait until all members are present, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed. Perhaps he should join us by phone until he has his connection problems dealt with.
I believe he will be on in a minute.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Secretary Treasurer, in case Mr. Wildman continues to have problems connecting, is it legitimate for him to join the proceedings as we begin, if he can't be here at the present moment?
It would be necessary, Mr. Chair, for any member who will be voting on an item to be present for the entire portion of that hearing. And so if Member Wildman is unable to join in that circumstance, he should be noted as absent for that particular item and not vote.
Okay. Perhaps Mr. Wildman can join us by phone then, if he can't get his computer to function properly.
I have suggested that. I'm just waiting to see if he phones in.
Okay. These are some of the joys of modern technology, ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. Chair, he has to restart his computer, so I don't know if you want to start with the opening remarks.
Would that be all right, Mr. Secretary Treasurer? I do the opening remarks before Mr. Wildman is online.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Right. We'll get this going then. Good afternoon and welcome to this online hearing of the Committee of Adjustment for the City of Ottawa. The Committee of Adjustment is a quasi-judicial tribunal appointed by City Council to make decisions on certain types of applications under the Planning Act. My name is John Blatherwick and I will be chairing this hearing today. With me are my fellow panel members, Bonnie Elk-Charon, Stan Wilder, Heather McLean, and Michael Wildman. Please take note that this video conference is being live streamed on YouTube. The video will be archived along with today's agenda on the city's website. Before we begin, we have a few items to outline for your information. While the issues surrounding the development in the city are broad, our mandate is quite limited. The committee cannot consider aspects of the proposal that are not related to the required variances. Example, building height, parking, noise, pollution, property maintenance, property values, prosecution for illegal construction, personal comments regarding neighbors, agents, or applicants, additional variances without proper public notice. If there is an identified need for an additional variance or variances, including an increase in the extent of the relief required, a recirculation of the application is required. As part of the statutory public notification requirements, each applicant is required to post a sign on the property and file a statutory declaration confirming the sign posting. We have none of these, therefore I will be administering the oath to the agent and or applicant in advance of each application. Regarding quorum, if this is lost during the hearing due to technical difficulties, the proceedings will be paused to allow time for the resolution of the issue. Failing the ability to reinstate quorum, hearing of the items remaining will resume at the outset of the next regularly scheduled meeting of the committee. In terms of the hearing process, listed on the agenda and appearing on the screen are the applications we will hear today. For the sake of efficiency, the committee may deal with agenda items in a different order, which we shall today. Note that the committee members have reviewed the application materials prior to this hearing and any written submissions received in support or in opposition. In addition, the committee will hear today oral submissions from any interested parties as part of our proceedings. The committee may ask for a brief presentation by the applicant, followed by questions from the members where clarification may be needed. The public submissions portion of the hearing will then begin, and any interested parties will be invited to make their submissions to the committee. Panel members may then ask follow-up questions or added clarification may be required. When you are called upon to provide your comments, we will ask you to do the following. Start with stating your name and municipal address for the record. We also may ask you to spell your name. Then begin your submission by addressing your comments to the panel members. You may ask questions, but please direct them only to the chair. Please limit your comments to a maximum of 5 minutes. Any exceptions will be at the committee's discretion, and this is particularly important regarding items 1 and 2. Once all interested parties have had an opportunity to address the panel, the public submissions portion of the hearing will then be closed. The committee will then make an oral decision to either grant or deny the application. The committee may also choose to reserve its decision. In such case, the panel will deliberate further on the evidence presented immediately following adjournment of the public hearing. In either case, the committee will send within 10 days of its decision and to all the parties and those who have requested it, a written decision that sets out the reasons for the decision. All decisions of the committee are subject to a 20-day appeal period, during which the decision can be appealed to the local planning appeal tribunal for a fee. Before we begin, several items of business. Well, one item of business. Are there any declarations of interest? Any of the panel members regarding this hearing or the hearings of panel 2 or 3? None. Fine. There are no minutes to confirm. We will now deal with adjournment requests, and there are 3 for today's hearing. And the first adjournment request is for item number 6, 7 Rosale Avenue. This is a minor variance to permit a reduced rear yard setback, a reduced southerly yard setback, and an increased building height for the construction of a rooftop terrace and interior staircase within a heritage overlay zone. And the request for adjournment has come from the planning department. So if the planning department would kindly articulate that request.
In the course of review of the application for 7 Rosale, it came to the department's attention that the requested addition, which is projecting into the southerly side yard, would be encroaching on an existing right-of-way easement over the private lane there. I've requested an adjournment so that the applicant and affected neighbors can resolve this issue through legal means.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Nass. Do you have any comments?
No, we're just going to try and chat with the neighbors and make sure that this isn't a concern for them.
All right. Everybody's agreed to the adjournment. Mr. Secretary Treasurer, how soon can we get this back on the agenda? I'm assuming within 2 weeks.
Mr. Chair, we've already passed the date for any recirculation. If there is no recirculation required and all issues are dealt with, this could potentially come back on November 4th. Okay. Otherwise, the next available date after that would be November 18th.
Gentlemen, can you resolve the issues so we can put this back on the agenda for the 4th of November? Mr. Vanasse?
Oh yeah, I want to make sure. Yeah, I believe so.
All right. All right. All in favor of adjourning this decision or this application until November the 4th? All in favor? All right. November the 4th it is. Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, number 6. The next application, which is up for adjournment, is our items 8 and 9, 225 Glynn, 11, 13, 15 Quill. This is a consent application to subdivide the property into 2 separate parcels of land in order to create 2 new lots for separate ownership of a 3-story detached and a 3-story semi-detached dwelling. The existing detached dwelling and garage will be demolished. Minor variances are for reduced lot width and area, front yard setback, and increased building height to permit a proposed 3-story single detached dwelling and a 3-story semi-detached dwelling are also part of the application. And again, this request for deferral has come from the planning department. Mr. Nadeau.
Yes, in terms of the application for 225 Glen, review of the application brought up a rear-facing balcony for which a variance hadn't been sought. This was raised with the applicant, and they committed to revise their design by removing the balcony, which was not permitted, and put in its place a stair, which would be permitted as a permitted projection in this case. There was also a concern that we had about rear yard area. This was also resolved in conversation with the applicant. Where the rear yard setback may be deficient due to a second-story cantilever, it's our understanding that at grade, this proposed development would be providing sufficient rear yard area. Thus, if the members of the committee are comfortable proceeding, so am I.
Do we have an elevation drawing of these modifications? Have you got an elevation drawing, Mr. Nadeau?
I have seen a render of the proposed.
That's not an elevation drawing.
No, but I would expect that if they were able to produce a 3D render, my expectation would be that the applicant would have a elevation as well.
Yeah, and that's quite frankly what we need to proceed on this if we're going to proceed with an amended application. Is the agent for this application present?
We don't see him online. If perhaps he could raise his hand.
See, it was my understanding that the drawings would be provided earlier this week.
Yeah, well, we haven't received elevations. So we don't have the agent for the applicant online.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, and you
Sorry
are,
about
sir?
that. I'm Hugo Latry. I'm the agent. Actually, I'm just showing up as Hoban Architecture under a corporate Zoom account.
Right.
So, like Mr. Nadeau mentioned, I actually did submit a drawing that we thought would have enough elevational information to make the committee understand the minor change that we're requesting here. I did submit that to the committee earlier this week, as well as Mr. Nadeau, just to clear that up. And again, we're really hoping to not have to adjourn over this kind of minor change to the rear elevation.
Unfortunately, we have to deal with a proper elevation drawing if we are going to deal with this application as amended. I'm afraid you're going to have to submit more than just a rendering. We'll have to adjourn this until. How soon can you produce that?
This afternoon. Had I been told by the committee staff, I would have produced that. But again, I thought that all the drawings, nothing in the plans have changed, and again the rendering is quite clear on what the change is from the.
Yeah, but that's still not an elevation drawing. Mr. Secretary Treasurer, what time? How soon can we get this application on the agenda? On the next hearing, or the I guess what, November the 4th?
That's right. There's no additional variances, then this will be adjourned to the next hearing on November 4th.
All right. Well, we are going to adjourn this application until the 4th of November, where we will have the amended elevation drawing in our possession. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that's 8 and 9. And the final adjournment request is for items 12 and 13 on the agenda, 586, 588, 590, 592 Churchill Avenue. And again, this request has come from the planning department. This is a consent to subdivide the property into 2 separate parcels of land in order to create new lots for 2 proposed 2-story long semi-detached dwellings. The existing dwelling is to be demolished. Minor variances to permit reduced yards abutting a street, reduced lot area and width, and reduced side yard and front yard setbacks have also been submitted. And it's proposed to demolish the existing dwelling and construct 2 2-story long semi-detached dwellings. So the request for adjournment has come from the planning department.
Yes, Mr. Chair, the department requires an adjournment on the application. Throughout the review, there was an additional variance identified with regards to the driveway width being proposed. Additionally, there's a change is needed for the reduced lot area for the corner units. It has to be applied to one of the units, given that this is a semi-detached and not a long semi. So that has to also be changed, and therefore the request for an adjournment.
Okay. And Mr. D'Angelo, you're the agent for the owner.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we have been in close consultation with the city planner, Rosale, and we are in agreement with the adjournment. I think we have all the information and documentation ready, so we would just request that we get on as soon of a hearing as possible for the committee.
Mr. Secretary Treasurer, is there room on the November the 4th hearing? Or should we adjourn this sine die?
As long as all the information is received in time, Mr. Chair, there is room on the November 18 agenda.
November 18th? Okay.
I think there might be a requirement for a recirculation, so I don't think we could make November 4th, but I'll defer obviously to the committee on whether the changes do necessitate that.
Have you been, all right. If there's the recirculation, it may be best to adjourn this sine die. We can probably still get it on in November, but
I think November 18th would afford enough time if that's a possibility.
Okay. All right, we'll leave it at November the 18th. I have one question though. There's a mention in the materials that we have of a distinctive tree or two jointly owned maples along Avondale. Are those jointly owned maples owned by abutting property owners or the property owner in the city?
The property owner in the city, and we have met with the forestry representative on site, and he's provided his comments.
Okay, so we can deal with that on the 18th. All in favor of adjourning this until the 18th of November? All right, the application is adjourned. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
All right. We'll now proceed with the regular agenda. And for everyone's information, items 1 and 2, which deal with application variance on Parkview Road, will be the last item dealt with today. There are a lot of speakers on this issue. This is highly contentious. This will probably take the committee a considerable amount of time to get through. So we are going to deal with the rest of the agenda items first. So to begin, give me 1 second here. Paperwork in order. We will now deal with item number 3 on the agenda. 529 Broadhead Avenue. And this is a consent to subdivide the property into 2 separate parcels of land in order to establish separate ownerships for the proposed semi-detached dwelling. It is proposed to demolish the existing dwelling and detached garage and retain the detached shed located at the rear of the property of 529 Broadhead. And the agent for the application is Mr. Abdelnaim. Is he there?
Good afternoon, sir. Yes, I'm right here.
Okay, I have to go through this swearing of the oath routine again. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the notice provided to you as part of the application process and by the committee was posted at the property to which the application applies for the prescribed number of days before the hearing and clearly visible and legible during the entirety of that time?
I do.
All right. This is an application which was adjourned on the a little while ago, and we actually, pardon me, we turned it down. And this is now a new application before us. So if you'd like to, either yourself or Ms. Smith would like to walk us through the application.
I can do that. I believe I submitted a presentation, but to start, good afternoon, everyone. Hope everyone is doing well and safe.
Just briefly, because we've heard this one before.
That I'll try to keep it brief. Yes.
Okay.
So basically, the submission is the resubmission. As some of you might recall, the original submission was to do a flagship on the 529 property, allowing the 529 property, which is the south side of for retaining both sheds. There was some concern from members of the committee, specifically Ms. Sharon and Ms. McLean, who voted against that request. So we, at the end of last session, we proposed that we put a line, instead of doing an L shape, we put a line between the sheds that will cause a small jig in the property line, but will allow the 527 property to keep one of the sheds and allow the 529 property to keep the other shed without having to demolish that shed if we were to make a straight line throughout the property, as that shed does go over a little bit over the property line. So if we go into the next slide, I think there's a clearer picture. So this is just, you've seen this as well before. This is just the existing survey plan showing that those 2 sheds do exist from before. Next slide. So this is the proposed draft reference plan, and just so the committee is aware, had I known that if we vote we can't propose a change, I would have proposed this change earlier prior to the vote. So this is the current proposal, but I would love to hear the feedback of the members and see what they think about it. So the current proposal is a straight line through the middle of the property, and then a small jig just to allow the required minimum clearance between the shed and the property line. Thankfully, even though those 2 sheds are not centered in the property for some reason, they are built very soundly, and they are a full structure, insulated, roofed, made out of wood, sitting on foundation and metal siding on the exterior. So thankfully, we were able to maintain all the minimum requirements between all the property line on there, and cause a very small minor jig into the property line towards the end of it. And it maintains a full decent size backyard that would have worked even if we went with the L shape, but now adds to that shed to the 527 property, which I believe was Mr. Wilder's concern. Should the 527 property decide to build the 3rd shed, then it would not have been a very nice looking 3 sheds beside each other. So this will address that concern as well. And I'm hoping that the committee would allow me to at least keep the shed reduce the cost of rebuilding one and reduce the land wastage and fill associated with demolishing that one and sending it to the landfill. That's really as short as possible. I can keep on elaborating, but in respect for everyone's time, the next slide just shows that all the minimum requirements are met in every aspect and exceeded in some other aspects of the city planning, the zoning requirements. And I believe the city does not have any opposition to this request. This is just really the landscaping site plan that was prepared by our architect. This is the old property. Obviously now there's the new property almost there, much behind schedule because of the delays due to COVID and the trades, but there's a new property being built over there right now. Right now we're trying to close them in before the winter. This is just an example of another property where right down the street where they even went a little bit tighter to the existing shed. But they have something similar to that. So we're just pointing it out that there is a couple of properties on the neighborhood that have that jog in them. So hopefully this little bit of a jig in the property line is even more acceptable. Next. Yeah, so this is just properties showing that, sorry, an image showing neighboring properties that are smaller in size. However, that is not relevant as much. Next. And those are the properties on at the edge of the corner there. Again, the rear yard on both properties exceeds the minimum requirement significantly on both sides. And this is the front elevation of the house. Those two are it's not as clear in the elevation, but those two are balconies and with a nice U-shaped canopy on top of it. That we're still waiting to build right now, hopefully before the winter hits. Next. I think that's it. So if I would like to hear the comments of the committee and members of the committee and see if you guys have any questions that I can answer or any suggestions if the committee is not happy with this proposal.
Thank you. Ms. McLean?
Would you have any photos of those sheds?
Yes, I do. I do. I don't know how to share them now other than show them on my screen, if that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, just allow me a minute here as I need to pull them out.
Because I don't think my mind has changed that by that a shed should dictate where a property line should be established. So, and could you just explain to me again why the shed couldn't be moved over so that the property line is straight?
Yeah, for sure. So the shed is, if you think about it, it's like a little house or a little garage. It's sitting on a small foundation, slab on grade foundation, with walls that are built fully insulated with a metal siding and a roof. In order to move it as a wholesome, we'll need to get a crane. So that means I'll need to encroach on the neighbor's property to get that crane in, do some hoisting of the shed from the foundation and then move it. Realistically, that will probably not happen for a shed or a property that size. It can be done, but I'll need obviously the neighbor's consent to be able to access it, for the crane to be able to access, if that is even possible. If not, then the other option would be really to just demolish that shed and send it to the landfill if you still do not believe that it's not worth keeping for that. But I do have a picture of it.
Shed?
Sorry?
What size is the shed?
It's about, I want to say about 10 feet by 20. If my memory serves me right.
So presumably it would have needed a building permit, I would think, if it was that size.
Probably. if we are to build another one. Sorry, I'm just having a hard time finding the picture. I should have prepared that earlier on. I do have a very old picture for it when I was at the initial stages. So this is basically how the shed looks like. If that's clear enough.
Okay, yep, yes, thank you.
Okay. So I don't know if Ms. McLean, that changes your mind or if you still believe that it's not.
Well, regrettably, I don't think it does, but I'll just listen to the rest of the members and then make a decision on it.
So, Carol, your comments? Yeah.
So thank you for bringing forward the information, you know, the more detail about why you want to retain the shed and why it's so important, the way it was built, that kind of thing. I think, again, my mind still hasn't been changed. I don't think it represents orderly development to create that jog for the sake of a shed. But I do appreciate you providing us with that background information.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for sharing that, Ms. Sharon.
Mr. Wilder? You're muted, Mr. Wilder. Mr. Wilder, you're muted.
I realize what we're dealing with here is a very large shed. The likelihood of being able to, even with a crane, to move this shed, it's already in place. It's a large shed. I think there may be an extenuating situation here, given that you don't, you know, you want to try and preserve that shed. It looks like a very large foundation. You reduce the size of the jog. Normally I wouldn't support this, but you know, you have obviously tried to straighten out that property line. So I'll change. I will support the application this time around. Given that it's going to be next to impossible to move that shed, I imagine from the size, the way it's built, you probably required a building permit, I suspect, for that size shed. And I think in this case here, you know, I'm prepared to make an exception. I don't often do that, but to demolish and to have to start rebuilding that shed to that size, I'll support it this time round.
Thank you, Mr. Wilder.
Thank you, Mr. Wilder.
Mr. Wildman?
Mr. Chair, I don't really have any comments. I'm on the same page as Mr. Wilder.
All right. So that's a yes. I guess that leaves it up to me. Unfortunately, I happen to agree with Ms. McLean that shed should not dictate where a property line is set. Can I finish, please?
Sorry, go ahead.
And quite frankly, I'm not going to support this application. So that's three of us who do not support and two do. So
may I propose then demolishing of that property and making it a straight line of that shed and making it a straight line? I think that is the only option that I have left.
Mr. Secretary Treasurer, can we deal with that here?
Mr. Chair, I believe that the panel needs to deal with the application as presented. If there are changes that are proposed, I believe that would require a recirculation in this case. At a minimum, we need revised plans, obviously, to indicate exactly how the various parts relate to each other for this particular consent.
Okay, if I may ask then for an adjournment to the next meeting, if possible, if not, then the November 18th meeting to allow for recirculation. What we'll do is we'll just revise the plan, make that property split into half.
right.
Exactly, and unfortunately, we'll have to demolish that second shed.
Yeah, I think you've heard from Secretary Treasurer that it will need recirculation. So, Mr. Secretary Treasurer, the 18th of November is the earliest we can get this back on.
The earliest, I hesitate to offer a specific date. If there's additional information that's required to be presented, it's probably more appropriate to adjourn sine die, and with the hope that if all the information is received in time, that we will be able to add this to the agenda on November 18th.
Mr. Treasurer, if I may, it should be a simple application. It's just we'll re-provide the same plans that we did right now. It should meet all the requirements and the minimum as the current plan does. And the revised plan will further exceed those minimum requirements. So I don't believe there will be any issues with providing the necessary information for recirculation.
In an abundance of caution, I think we should adjourn this sine die. And if this is as simple as it sounds, then it will be back on the agenda on the 18th of November.
Sure, I'll stick with your advice.
All right. All in favor of adjourning the sine die? The application is adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman McLean.
You're welcome. Okay. 3, 4. Next application on the agenda is item number 4, 60 Kennelworth Street. It's a minor variance to permit a double driveway on a lot that is deficient in lot width for this purpose. It is proposed to construct a 2-story detached dwelling with an attached garage. The existing dwelling and garage are to be demolished. And the agent for this is Taylor West. Hi there.
Good afternoon.
And could I have your address for the record, please?
Sure. It's 240 Michael Copeland Drive, Suite 200.
Okay. And we have to administer the oath before we can deal with the application. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the notice provided to you as part of the application process and by the committee was posted at the property to which the application applies for the prescribed number of days before the hearing and clearly visible and legible during the entirety of that time?
I do swear.
All right. If you'd like to very briefly explain your request for relief, please.
Mr. Chairman, if I may just make a couple of quick introductory comments. It's Murray Chown, and I don't see our client on the screen, and she was to be admitted to this call. I'm not sure if the coordinator can help me out there, but Melanie Todd should be here as well. I know she's on standby.
If she's in the attendees list, she'll need to raise her hand.
Any sign of her? Oh, I think she's in now. Thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, I just ask you to please allow our client, Melanie Todd, to provide a few comments immediately following Mr. West's presentation before we get into any questions or comments. If I could ask for that courtesy. Thank you very much.
Okay. Mr. West, please proceed.
Absolutely. I believe we have a presentation to share as well.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. Perfect. So good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. The application you're hearing this afternoon is a minor variance application on the property municipally known as 60 Kennelworth Street. The subject property is shown in the figure in front of you in relation to Carling Avenue, Parkdale, and the Ottawa Civic Hospital. Subject site is located in the Kitchissippi ward of the City of Ottawa on the south side of Kennelworth Street. It's an interior lot with 14.33 meters of frontage on Kennelworth. Our client intends to develop her family home to install amenities allowing her to age in place. These amenities include an elevator and a double-car garage. The installation of an elevator means it is impossible to retrofit the existing building. A double-car garage is required to allow our client to enter her vehicle without risk of slipping on ice or snow. As Murray mentioned, our client will speak to unique circumstances after my presentation. The double driveway is required to support the double car garage. I can ask you to please switch to slide number 2, please. Perfect, thank you. The figure you have in front of you highlights the requested minor variance. The minor variance requested is to permit a double driveway on a lot with a width of 14.33 meters, whereas the bylaw requires a minimum lot width of 15 meters to permit a double driveway. Please note the width of the driveway tapers down as it approaches Kennelworth. The width of the driveway closest to the garage door is 4.88 meters, and the width of the driveway closest to the street is 4.23 meters. This tapering reduces any visual impact of the driveway and preserves the mature tree located at the front of the property. I've asked you to switch to slide number 3, please. Perfect. So Novatech consulted with the Civic Hospital Community Association on this minor variance. The Community Association did not provide any written comments to us. Our client has reached out to her neighbors on Kennelworth Street and Reed and has received letters of support from 7 neighboring properties, including 80 Reed, 58 Kennelworth, 62 Kennelworth, 71 Kennelworth, 69 Kennelworth, 63 Kennelworth, and 61 Kennelworth.
Yeah, we have those on file.
Excellent, thank you. Other neighbors were around the subject property were reluctant to provide written comments to committee. However, none of the neighbors have expressed concerns or objections to this application. It is clear to the eyes of the neighbors that the minor variance will not cause any impact on the street, and the application is minor. Furthermore, in the eyes of the neighbors, there are no concerns with the application for the minor variance and is appropriate for the development of the new home at 60 Kennelworth. I'll now speak to the 4 tests. The first test for minor variance is the general intent and purpose of the official plan is maintained. The subject property is designated general urban area in the City of Ottawa OP. Purpose of this designation is to permit development of a full range and choice of housing types to meet the needs of all ages, incomes, and life circumstances. Section 3.6.1 of the OP outlines the city supports infill development and other intensification within the general urban area in a manner that enhances and complements the desirable characteristics and ensures the long-term vitality of the many existing communities that make up the city. The requested minor variance, as previously discussed, is to permit a double driveway. The requested variance supports a permitted and compatible land use and maintains the general purpose and intent of the OP. Second test for minor variance is the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw is maintained. The subject site is zoned residential first density subzone QQ, which is R1QQ, under the City of Ottawa zoning bylaw. Purpose of the R1 zone is to restrict the building form to detached dwellings, allow a number of other residential uses to provide additional housing choices, permit ancillary uses to the principal residential use to allow residents to work at home, and regulate development in manners compatible with existing land use patterns. Proposed development of subject site is a detached dwelling. Proposed development does not reduce the number of housing choices in the neighborhood. The proposed development will allow the owner to work at home. Proposed development has a design to be compatible with the neighborhood. Please note that there are no variances being requested with respect to building height, front yard setbacks, side yard setbacks, or rear yard setbacks. Subject site is located within mature neighborhoods overlay. As outlined in section 139 of the zoning bylaw, the purpose of the mature neighborhoods overlay is to regulate the character of low-rise residential development in order to recognize and reflect the established character of the streetscapes. According to the streetscape character analysis was prepared for the site, a driveway width of up to 1/3 of the lot width is permitted. This translates to a driveway width of 4.3 meters. Proposed development has a double driveway of 4.2 meters at the street line and approximately 4.9 meters at the widest point in front of the garage door. The driveway is shaped to preserve the mature tree located in the front yard, which will help reduce any visual impact of a double driveway. I would like to note there are a number of other double driveways in the immediate area of this subject property. If you could please switch to the next slide. Thank you. The figure in front of you is 80 Reed, which is 2 houses to the east of the subject property and has a double driveway. If you could please switch to the next slide. Figure in front of you is 63 Kennelworth, which is across the street from the subject property. also has a double driveway. Please switch to the next slide. Thank you. The figure in front of you is 65 Kennelworth, which is across the street from the subject property, and directly adjacent is 63 Kennelworth, has a double driveway. Please switch to the next slide. Oh, I think I missed one. I apologize. The figure in front of you is 74 Reed, which is across the street from the subject property and to the east, and also has a double driveway. I believe I missed the house at 67 Kennelworth, which is directly adjacent to 65, which has the double driveway. Excellent, thank you. So when an approximate 25-meter radius from the subject property all along Kennelworth Street, there are 5 properties that have double driveways. The development is compatible with surrounding uses as well as the residential character of the neighborhood. A double driveway and garage on the subject property won't have any visual impact on the streetscape. The general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw is maintained. The second test for a minor variance is satisfied. I'll now move on to the third test, which is the variance is considered desirable for the use of the land. As we hinted at before, the owner of the subject site was raised in the existing house and is looking to redevelop.
Alexa, stop.
Apologize.
Is it? Okay.
Okay. The owner of the subject site was raised in the house and is looking to redevelop the site to suit her needs and allow her to move back into her original neighborhood. The proposed dwelling is shown on the next figure. If I can ask you to switch slides, please. And one more. Excellent, thank you. These individual needs include an elevator to provide access between floors and a double car garage to provide easy and safe access to vehicles located inside a garage. The purpose of the double driveway and garage to ensure there's ample room to enter any vehicles in the garage to avoid any dangers associated with ice and snow. As previously mentioned, the individual circumstances for our client means she must enter a vehicle from her garage. The variance is considered desirable for the use of the land, and the third test for minor variance is satisfied. Move on to the fourth test, which is the variance that is requested is considered minor in nature. Proposed minor variance requests from a double driveway on a lot width of 14.3 meters, whereas the bylaw only permits double driveways on a lot width of more than 15 meters. The existing lot is 67 centimeters away from being permitted to have a double driveway as of right. The visual difference between a lot with a width of 14.33 meters and a lot with a width of 15 meters is negligible and difficult to perceive from the street. The impact of a double driveway on a lot of 14.33 meters compared to a lot of 15 meters is minor, if not insignificant. This is emphasized when the width of the driveway has been reduced in size to 4.3 meters at the street in an effort to preserve the mature tree. As I said before, the tree is shown in the figure in front of you. The size of the driveway will be consistent with the character of the neighborhood, and there will be insignificant impact to the streetscape with a double driveway on this lot. The variance is considered minor in nature, and the fourth test for minor variance is satisfied. So, in conclusion, proposed minor variance maintains the general intent and purpose of the City of Ottawa official plan and zoning bylaw. Furthermore, the requested variance is considered desirable for the use of the land and is minor in nature. Proposed development represents good land use planning. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. West. Before I continue, I would note that several of the graphics you presented us with, unless they are those properties have non-conforming rights, appear to be a single driveway with illegal front yard parking. You may want to change the picture, your picture deck. Anyway, Mr. Wildman, you had a question?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, we were going to allow our client to speak first.
I'm going to allow Mr. Wildman's comments, and then I'll get to Ms. Todd. Thank you.
Two things, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I was going to echo the same comments and maybe ask the gentleman who was presenting, can you clarify the width of those driveways? You're describing them as double driveways, the comparators. I'm not really seeing that at the curb line. Can you give me some sense of the size of those driveways, or do you know?
May I suggest we go through the images a little slower and take a closer look at them, if we can, with the coordinator, and if Mr. West can just comment on each one as we go.
Absolutely. So this is the figure that's in front of you is 80 Reed, which is 2 houses to the east of the subject property. even though it's Reed, the driveway is on Kennelworth. I don't have the exact dimensions of the driveway in front of me, but as you can see, with the two, there's certainly enough width to allow for 2 cars to park side by side. So that is a true double driveway. Move on to the next one, please. So this is 63 Kennelworth. This is directly across and slightly to the west of the subject property. There's certainly enough width to park 2 vehicles side by side, even though the driveway does lead to the 1 parking spot that we located in the garage. Move on to the next one, please. Thank you. This is 65 Kennelworth. As you can see, it's directly to the west of 63 Kennelworth. So it's across the road and about 2 houses to the west of the subject property. It has the driveway width is certainly large enough to park 2 cars side by side. I would note that it does lead to the carport that would house 1 car.
Yeah, it looks like that's a walkway level with the driveway, which is being used as a parking space.
That's acknowledged, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Yeah.
Fast, move to the next one, please. Thank you. So this is 74 Reed, which is the double driveway on Kennelworth Street. As mentioned, the parking space leads to the 1 space that's located inside this garage, but is certainly wide enough to park the 2 cars side by side.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yep. All right.
Thank you for that. I'm not sure I agree that they can all accommodate 2 cars side by side, but I thank you for that. And Mr. Chair, at some point, I really would like to hear what the issue is from planning staff on their concern. Thank you.
Yeah. Ms. McLean?
I'm just looking for clarification on the bylaw requirement, and maybe this is to the planning staff or to Mr. West, but in another application, the bylaw requirement read something that between lots of 8.25 and 14.99, you have to have a maximum driveway of 3 meters and does not permit double driveway. So I just want confirmation that the wording for the bylaw requirement in this notice is the correct wording.
We certainly have consulted with staff, so I would, we're confident that the language is correct, but I'd welcome a comment from staff.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe the correct section of the bylaw it's being sought here, where we're speaking of permitting a double driveway, where as it's being stated before, double driveways are not permitted on lots that are less than 15 meters in width.
So that's the primary concern of the department?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right, Ms. Todd, if you'd like to make a presentation, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, committee. Thank you for considering our application today. The property we discussed today is very personal to me. I was raised there and returned to the neighborhood after university. I bought the house for mom and dad so I could grow old there as they did. I was born with dislocating knees. I had 2 corrective surgeries in my teens and muddled along well with orthotic insoles in ugly shoes and 1 knee brace until about 10 years ago when I needed 2 knee braces for all walking. My husband and I had 2 renovation designs made of the existing house with a view to retrofitting it for my inevitable disabilities. No amount of renovation could accommodate an attached garage so I could avoid winter ice and add an elevator so I could avail myself of the rooms of the house. The plan we discussed today was carefully designed to save the tree in the front yard and to permit an elevator and an attached garage so I'd be safe from snow and ice. A slip and fall could be devastating to my knees, wrecking them beyond reasonable repair. Regrettably, my condition is a soft tissue problem and not easily corrected by knee replacements. My husband and I want to fit back into the neighborhood. The attached garage and double driveway will give us the flexibility for both our cars hidden out of sight and an interior ramp in the garage should I need a scooter or a walker. My heart is warmed by the support of my neighbors for this application. Up and down the street, they're welcoming us back, recognizing the value of the new brick home, and my husband and me gardening and walking the dog for the next 30 years. I hope more than you can know that this minor variance will be granted, and soon we'll be back in my family home chatting with our neighbors. Please know that this double driveway and garage leading to the elevator will enable me to grow old gracefully in my own neighborhood. I thank you, committee.
Thank you, Ms. Todd. Ms. O'Sharon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question was about the strip of landscaping that appears to be between 60 Kennelworth and 58 Kennelworth. So in between the proposed double wide driveway and the neighbor's driveway. The image that we had in the Novatech letter is an aerial, and the one that was shown in the presentation is slightly off to the side. So I'm just wondering if we can get a more direct view on the impact of having driveway, small strip of land, double wide driveway.
Can we put up the minor variant sketch, please? I think it was slide 2 in the deck. So, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, the space between the driveway and the property line is typical of any driveway on any residential dwelling that you'll find in the city. And in fact, in this case, in our efforts to minimize the width of the driveway, the dimension between the driveway and the property line in this case is probably larger than a typical driveway for a low-rise residential building. So the application that's before you today in no way has reduced that landscape strip between the driveway and the property line.
What is that, about 2 meters, 2.5 meters, somewhere in that range?
Well, the interior side yard setback is, if I'm reading this drawing properly, is 1.3 meters. Okay. And so it's going to be close to 2 meters, which is actually quite substantial.
Ms. O'Sharon, any other comment?
No, maybe just to confirm that we don't have a visual like streetscape of what it will look like beside the house beside it when it's completed.
Not in the deck that we've provided to the committee, but I see Ms. Todd would like to comment as well.
My immediate next door neighbors are like me gardeners, and we've already started talking about what kind of low shrubs we'd put in there and possibly some begonias and hostas because it's on the north side of the sun coming across the back. So it's kind of a retirement project.
As a retired person, it will not be your only project. Guaranteed. All right, Mr. Wildman, Mr. Wilder, any comments? No. Are we prepared to? I note that comments in building code services, demolition and building permits required, standard stuff. And forestry services says there is a city-owned Norway maple in the right-of-way, and that the mitigation plan will be required. I'm assuming that's the tree that's going to be beside the driveway at the front. And
correct, Mr. Chairman.
And that you have a mitigation plan to ensure that that tree does not get damaged.
We're working with the forester as we speak.
Okay. And Hydro Ottawa's standard comments about maintaining clearance from their lines is in there as well. All right. Are we prepared to vote on this application as provided? All in favor of the application? The application is approved. Good luck with your project.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Very grateful.
Yeah. And watch out for those front yard parking, huh?
We always do.
Yeah, well, take better pictures. All right. The next application we will deal with is item number 5, 500 Preston Street, or as it's for us, 486, 488, 490, and 500 Preston Street. This is a minor variance to permit an increased building height of 95.5 meters and to permit balconies at 79 meters in height under Schedule 287 of Bylaw 212-269. And I believe Mr. Black is the agent for this application.
Yes, I am, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Black, before we begin, I have to administer the oath.
Yes.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the notice provided to you as part of the application process and by the committee was posted at the property to which the application applies for the prescribed number of days before the hearing and clearly visible and legible during the entirety of that time.
Yes, I do.
All right, if you'd like to proceed, Mr. Black, briefly.
Sure. I do believe that Mr. Rod Lahi was also going to join the meeting today. He's the project architect. So
yeah, I see him. I see him here as his hand is raised, so that's fine.
Okay, perfect. So I'm going to give a brief overview of the application, and then he will provide. He's been on the project through all of its iterations, so he will be able to answer any questions that may come up. The subject property, as you can see on the screen now, is located at the northwest corner of Sydney Street and Preston Street in Little Italy neighborhood. This site is currently under construction with a 30-story apartment building, which was approved in 2012 originally through a zoning bylaw amendment and site plan control applications. Previous minor variance applications have been approved to respond to design changes that have occurred since 2012. And those variances were approved in 2016 and in February 2017. In March 2019, the site plan application was extended to April 2022, and that, as I mentioned, the building is now under construction as a 30-story mixed-use development with retail at grade and residential units above. If we can go to the next slide, please. So this is the site plan approved for the project, which, as I noted, is a 30-story building, site access from Sydney Street. The purpose of the variances that we're here today for, if we can go to the next slide, are to permit an increased height within Area C, as shown here, wrapping around these west and south sides of Area D, to permit a height of 95.5 meters within that area, which is the same height as currently permitted within Area D. And to permit balconies at a height of 79 meters abutting Preston Street, whereas the bylaw currently restricts them to only being permitted above 80 meters in height. The purpose or the reason that these changes are being proposed is largely due to the relocation of a rooftop amenity space from the west side of Area D to the east side, fronting onto Preston Street. If we can go to the next slide and look at the elevations. On the top left-hand corner, you see the area in red, which is the area affected by the variance today in Area C. And you can see that the building has a cutout on the Preston Street side, which is that outdoor amenity space. So that was a change done through the planning department through previous iterations of the building, which fronted that amenity space onto Preston Street, which was seen as an improvement of the overall building design. The adjustment to the balcony height was a result of changes to the floor to ceiling heights of floors below, which resulted in the overall height of those upper floors reducing slightly from 80 meters to 79 meters. As you can see, balconies were previously projected to within the above 80 meters rather along the Preston Street frontage. And so we're just seeking to permit those to project on that frontage slightly lower than they were previously permitted. With respect to the 4 tests, as I mentioned, this site was previously approved for a development up to 30 stories through the official plan and the secondary plan. process. And so the proposed development maintains that overall building height of 30 stories and respects the intent of both those documents. With regards to the official or the zoning bylaw, excuse me, again, the site has been subject of a site-specific rezoning and previous minor variance applications. The original intent of the balcony height was to ensure that the streetscape on Preston Street was not crowded, and to give the sense that the building sat further back from Preston Street than about a projecting balcony would. That it was deemed at the time that above 80 meters that the impact of those balconies would be imperceivable from the street, and it's our opinion that at 79 meters the same logic would apply. The balconies will not be, or the change won't be impactful on the streetscape. The increased height in area C, again, would permit 95.5 meters on that upper floor, same as what is permitted today by area D. And those changes, as I mentioned, came about from a change to the rooftop outdoor amenity space. The overall height of the building has not changed. And the greater height of the top floor allows for greater integration of the rooftop mechanical penthouse, and it contributes more positively to the skyline for the city. So in our opinion, again, the variances are maintain the intent of the zoning bylaw for this site. With regards to development of the land, mixed use project that's in proximity to the Carling O train station, which is located just west of the site, is respectful of the city's official plan and zoning bylaw policies, and is therefore desirable for the development of the land. And finally, the development or the variances are minor in nature. In our opinion, the proposed changes will have very little impact on surrounding properties and are therefore minor in nature. That's my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. And as mentioned, Mr. Lahi is here as well to answer any questions that you might have.
I believe Ms. McLean had some questions regarding clarification on the height increase.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just wanted clarification on the bylaw requirement for variance A in the notices, as the bylaw permits a maximum building height of 90.1 and 92.5 meters. But when I look at the schedule, area C seems to only permit a maximum building height of 88.1 meters. So wasn't clear on that.
So that was, yes, that's fair. That was amended through previous variance applications. So area C was actually split to permit a 92.5 meter height on the southwest corner and a 90 meter height on the, I guess, northwest portion of area C through a previous minor variance application that amended Schedule 287. So as the changes have been done through schedule, or through variances rather, the schedule has not been updated accordingly.
I'm just wondering whether we can vary a variance decision or whether we don't have to vary a bylaw requirement, which in which case would be the 88.1 meter. The other comment I had was that a building permit has been issued. So is this coming after the fact, this request, or?
Rod, would you like to?
Yeah, I can answer that. Currently right now, the building envelope remains the same. It's basically changing the use of that space inside the envelope. So from the street, the building won't change. It's really allowing us to make better use of the space. Right now, it's because it's essentially that space we're asking for is more mechanical equipment. We've managed to reshape a lot of the mechanical and make this more usable space now. So the permits have been granted based on a previous design. And it's just a matter now of we've been able to reorganize the mechanical penthouse area and make better use of this space. As Mr. Black mentioned, all of this sort of came about when the original design went through a for the 30-story building. We had our terrace actually on the west side of the project as opposed to the east side on Preston Street, and it was approved that way. And then through the design development, it was felt we'd better to step the building, instead of stepping it toward the west, step it toward Preston Street to have a little bit more of that nod toward transition to the east. And so it shifted things around basically, although the overall heights have always remained the same. The 30 stories is still the 30 stories. Realizing, when we did this building, the idea of 30 stories in this area was unheard of. Since we've gone through, we've got 46 stories across the street from us and 55 stories kitty corner to us. So we're now the small building in the area.
So what are you gaining by, so area D, which is the maximum height of 95.5, is being extended fully into area C. What are you gaining by that, that extension?
An additional unit, basically, some rentable space.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on this application?
I guess just on Ms. McLean's other point, Mr. Chairman, regarding the amendment to the variance rather from the bylaw provision versus the variance from the heights approved through a previous minor variance. I don't know if the Mr. Secretary Treasurer would like to comment on that.
Well, the history of past decisions is certainly relevant. This is a whole new application, and the panel is able to deal with the application before it, keeping in mind the evolving nature of this proposal over the years. This would not be an amendment to any previous decision of the committee. It is a new decision dealing with a new and different set of context.
Satisfied with the response, Mr. Black?
That's fine. I'd like to just make sure, obviously, that if the committee approves a height of 95.5, that there wouldn't be any concern with the way that it's worded. That's all.
Any further comments from any of the members of the panel? Are we prepared to vote on this application as it's before us? All in favor of the application as provided? Application is approved, gentlemen. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Next application that we'll deal with today is item 7 on the agenda, 124 Bottler Street. This is a minor variance to permit a reduced easterly side yard setback, a reduced front yard setback, projections into the front yard, and increased building height, and the construction of an addition in the heritage overlay in the interior side yard of the dwelling. It is proposed to construct a new covered porch at the front of the dwelling and increase the size of the existing second floor dormers located on the west side of the property. And I believe number 7, we have Mr. Hookayem, who is the agent for the project. Is he there? I can't hear you, sir. I still can't hear you. Can everybody else hear the agent? No, we can't hear you. We have no audio, sir. You need to turn your audio on. You may have to use your telephone to call in and do this as a telephone call. So let's step this down. We'll deal with the next item on the agenda until you can get your connectivity problem solved. So the next application we'll deal with is item 10 and 11. The application at 486 Athlone. And this is a consent to subdivide the property into two separate parcels of land in order to obtain separate ownerships for a proposed semi-detached dwelling. The existing dwelling is to be demolished. Minor variances to permit reduced rear yard setback and rear yard area and increased building height. It is proposed to demolish the existing dwelling and construct a semi-detached dwelling. And for items 10 and 11, I have Mr. Segreto as the agent. Mr. Segreto?
Yes, sir.
All right. Before we begin, we have to go through the declaration. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the notice provided to you as part of the application process and by the committee was posted at the property to which the application applies for the prescribed number of days before the hearing and clearly visible and legible during the entirety of that time?
I do.
All right. If you'd like to give us a presentation on your application, Mr. Segreto. One question I certainly have, I think the other members of the committee have, is why the height increase?
Mr. Chair, if I may, what we have is an application here at 484 Athlone, and the proposal is to demolish the existing dwelling and construct a new two-story semi-detached dwelling. The variances that are going for is the height, to permit an increase in height to 9.32, whereas the bylaw requires a minimum of 8, and to permit the rear yard setback of 24.02% or 6.92 meters, whereas the bylaw requires a distance equal to 28% of the lot depth or 8.6 meters. That would be variance B. Variance C would be to permit a reduced rear yard area of 24.18 of the lot area or 52.98 square meters, whereas the bylaw requires a minimum rear yard area of 25% of the lot area or 54.77 square meters. That would be for part 1. And for part 2, it is almost identical with the height again at 9.32, the rear yard setback of 23.81% of the lot depth or 6.86 meters, whereas the bylaw requires an equal distance to 28% of the lot depth or the 8.06 meters. And again, the rear yard area, 23.9 of the lot area or 52.21 square meters, whereas the bylaw requires a minimum of 25% of the lot area or 54.6. With respect to the rear yard setback, if you can go to my site plan there, you'll clearly see we get caught with the rear yard setback due to the fact that there was a lane back there. If we can just go to my site plan for a second. The proposed site plan. There you go. So you can clearly see the yellow area on the map here on the site plan is where the easement is in the back, where the lane was at one time. And due to the fact that we're not at 30 meters, which is a normal lot in that area in depth, 30, 50 by 30, we're at about 28 meters or so. So we get caught a little bit with the rear yard setback and the rear yard area. The red line you can clearly see is the retaining wall that is in the back or very close to the retaining wall that's in the back. So that area is actually additional space that we're using. If we could have calculated, I believe that the variances, we wouldn't have a variance for the rear yard. So that would address that. When you're looking at the height of the building, if we can go to my elevations for a second, my side elevations, please. That's the front, and then you have the rear. If you can just go to the side for a second. It's not very clear here, but the reason why I get caught with my height here is due to the fact that the interpretation of the bylaw, because we have a front dormer on this particular house, is that out of abundance of caution, what we have done is we've taken it from grade to the top peak of the dormer. And if you look at planning's report, they explain that as well in their letter as we did in ours. Other than that, we would really be at an 8.48 midpoint, whereas the normal height in there is 8 meters. If you look at my basement windows, you can clearly see that we lowered the building as much as possible to not interfere with the sewers, but there is very little. There's about 6 inches or so of foundation exposed where the windows are. So we dropped the building as much as we could. But again, the reason why I'm going for the height, when you really look at this thing here, it's really 8 meters, 8.5 meters, almost 8.5 meters. But the perception of the front dormers, if you go to the front elevation or to my perspective, is that I've taken the dimension from the grade to the top bridge of the dormer, and that's why I'm asking for the increase. Now, if you can go to the perspective for a second. Now, when you're, yeah, just the front, that. Now, when you're looking at this thing here, you can clearly see what we've done is the dormers in front. You have the ground floor, the second floor, and then the dormers. And in that particular area, what we're doing is we're utilizing that space there as a studio, as an art studio, as a gymnasium, or some sort of a playroom, games room. And that's the whole idea of it. But we're actually inside the trusses. It's not like we're increasing the height to 3 stories on this building. The third floor is actually, or a portion of that third floor is actually into the roof. What we've done is we've canvassed the area. And if you go to the land use map, I've indicated on there must be about 6 or 8 examples of this particular area with the photos that I've left with the committee, that you can clearly see that there's an abundance of homes that have third floored attics and exceed the height that we're having in my examples that I've given to you there. We truly believe that what we've done here, and we've come up with a very good design here where it's more in keeping with the character of the neighborhood, in conformance with the bylaws that are in place for that with respect to the front yard, to the side yards. But I get caught on the rear yard and I get caught a little bit on the height. But I'm not the only guy here that's asking for height. When you look at it again, there's at least all the red dots that you're looking on here are heights that exceed or have 3 stories and have dormers. And we're not, what we've done is we've designed a home here that has a lot of character. It fits in well with the community or that particular part of the neighborhood. We're not designing any of these glass boxes that I call aquariums now. So it does fit in well with the streetscape. And I know that the owner has talked with the neighbors, in particular one, I believe, to the south that had some concerns with one of the side windows that he's agreed to camouflage or put some sort of an opaque film on it so it would give them some privacy. I know that there were some people across the street that weren't very happy with us doing the semi there, but due to the fact that the zoning bylaw allows us for a semi, and again, we're not asking for lot width or lot area in the total thing, is that it is a permitted use with the semis. There's other examples of semis that I've indicated on this map that you can clearly see with the dotted lines that are in blue. The dotted lines that are in yellow are actually 6-unit apartment buildings that are there as well. So there's a mixed use of everything there. We feel that we've done something really good here that will fit in well in the community. Thank you.
I just note that the comments that we received from residents include comments from the McKinnons who live immediately to the south of your property and talking about loss of privacy and fencing required. So I'm assuming that the window issue that you just mentioned is being resolved.
Yes.
In response to them.
I think the owner is going to want to talk as well. I'm not sure, but we had discussions this morning that he would probably like to talk on it. But he did have discussions about the windows, the fence, and I think there may have been 1 or 2 other items that they agreed to, and he can speak on those matters.
All right.
Hi. Yes. Hi, Mr. Chair and the committee. To your question.
Can we have your address, please, Mr. Forstier?
Sure. I'm the owner of 484 Athlone Avenue.
Please proceed.
Thanks. So to Mr. Segretto's point, yeah, I definitely had a discussion with the McKinnons in regards to some of their privacy concerns. We had a very productive discussion yesterday, and had agreed that we may, because one of the bedrooms that is my children's bedroom, and that we could potentially move that window over to address some of the privacy issues with their second floor bathroom. So we both agreed that we would look at that and find a solution. There was he had another question about the loft upstairs and the windows there. And what I had agreed with them is in the architectural phase, once we create the architectural diagrams, that we can maybe create another kind of window that would give them a little more privacy, or even frost those windows. So again, we had a discussion yesterday, and we both agreed that we'd be able to move forward with that, and they seemed quite happy with that. And also, I should add that I did go to well over 20 homes on my street, presented to my neighbors our plan, our design. Almost all of them are really appreciative of that gesture, but they also agreed with the design. They thought it was very fitting for the neighborhood, that it wasn't, as Mr. Segretto said, sort of that cookie cutter design that we do see in the neighborhood here quite a bit. So they were very appreciative of that, and I did get a lot of support from people. I just want to also add that this is a home that we're building for, that my wife and I are building for our family. So it's important to us that we did have neighbors that agree with the design, that we would have support, and I definitely know that we did get that from mostly all the neighbors on the street. So thank you.
Thanks very much. What about the fencing requirement?
Oh yeah, so thank you. Yeah, and we also discussed the fencing and what we can do, and what we agreed on the fence next door is that we would create sort of a jog, so have something. Basically, we both agreed that we will build a fence that we'll both be happy with. So they were so the McKinnons were certainly satisfied with that, and I'm very open. We have a very good relationship with them, and we'll certainly find a solution as far as the fencing, as well as they had mentioned some of the landscaping in the front of the home. So we'll certainly be working with them to find a solution that is satisfactory.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any comments from the members of the committee? I think what we're going to do, if we approve this, is tie the approval to the plans filed. You've indicated that you're going to make changes to window placement on one of your side elevations.
Well, Mr. Chair, that was a discussion. I mean, what the McKinnons were also happy with is even if I did keep that window there, that I would frost it. So because for us, it was just about getting natural light in there and not necessarily having to look out the window to really not a view. I mean, it's the McKinnon's home next to it. So
the reason I mention this is because if we're going to move the window, then what we will need is we'll need amended elevations in our file. So
okay.
We would make the approval conditional on the amended elevations being provided to us. That if you're going to move the window, if you're simply going to frost the window, then it stays where it is, and the elevations that you provided to us are satisfactory.
Okay. Well, the McKinnons were happy with when I had mentioned frosting the window. So I think in this case, we would agree that I would frost the windows.
All right. So amended elevations will not be provided. That window stays put, but it will be glazed.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. And I think, thanks, Mr. Segretto. You've explained the height issue, and I think we can see from the documentation you provided that this height is not out of order for that particular block face in the neighborhood.
Yep.
All right. Well, are we prepared to vote on this application as provided? All in favor of the application?
Mr. Chair, I believe Mr. Wilder had.
Mr. Wilder. Go ahead, Mr. Wilder.
I was going to say, I did a drive-by of this property on this street, I should say, and dormers are quite prevalent on this street. It's not uncommon. In fact, it's very much in style to the look of the street. So I have no problem with in this instance, with the height increase in terms of the dormers. I think it's consistent with the character of the street, which is important in my mind. So I will support this application.
Okay. All right. So we're all in favor of the application as provided? Okay. Gentlemen, you're aware of the conditions: independent services, joint use and maintenance agreement, is existing dwelling removed, and an approved drainage and grading plan, which is
Yes, I am.
Yes,
Yeah.
I am.
All right. Good luck with your project.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Get back to item number. All right. 124 bottler again. 14. Can we go back to 124 bottler again? Hopefully the applicant's audio is functioning now.
Hello, Mr. Chairman.
Good day. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm fine. Before we begin, we have to administer the oath. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the notice provided to you as part of the application process and by the committee was posted at the property to which the application applies for the prescribed number of days before the hearing and clearly visible and legible during the entirety of that time?
I do.
All right. If you'd like to give us a brief presentation on your application, this is a minor variance to permit a reduced utility side yard setback, a reduced front yard setback, projections into the front yard, and increased building height, and the construction of an addition in the heritage overlay in the interior side yard of the dwelling. It's also proposed to construct a new covered porch at the front of the dwelling and increase the size of the existing second floor dormers located on the west side of the property. So please proceed.
Yeah, I'll start with the dormer. As we can see in the picture in front of us, the dormer on the east side is a one-piece dormer. On the west side is two pieces. So what we're proposing here to join the two pieces on the west side, so to match the one on the east side. And I have a comment to make. Since we started working on this project about 2 years ago, all the proposal that we submitted to heritage committees, even the two minor variance applications that we submitted to your committee, they both showed the west side as one dormer. It was only the week that we were supposed to receive the construction permit, which was back in February, that somebody told us that it was missed by the staff and it required to have a minor variance. So we have all the departments of the city on the project, and everybody approved it. And I think it's going to make the house looks nicer and makes the bedroom upstairs looks more efficient. And it does not interfere with any bylaw or any city requirement to do what we're proposing. For the front porch, if you don't mind moving to the second picture, this is a picture that was provided by the Heritage Committee to us, again, about a week before we received our construction permit. It shows the house that has a full front porch and a cover. So the Heritage requested or asked us if we are willing to extend our porch to look exactly like the way it was about 100 years ago. And we accepted their proposal. And this is why for us to be able to do so, we are required to have a minor variance. Mind you that on September 19, we went through a minor variance that was approved by the committee, and that was to add a cover to the existing porch. So now what we're looking for to satisfy the heritage and to bring back the look of the house and maintain the history, to have the porch extended and have the front cover extended on it too. And this is going to be in line with the house next door, which has a full porch on it and full cover. And again, this I think will bring back the history of the house. This house was built in 1860. It's an icon on the street, and like I said, we've been working closely with the Heritage Committee and with the city on this project for the past 2 years. And now we're at the stage where we are completing the project, and we would like to have your support on this to bring it back to the way it was. Thank you very much.
So I note that we have in the application, we have variances A through D, which are already approved, and variances E and F, which are already approved. And then we have what we had before us today are 2 new variances, variance G and variance H. So specifically, what does variance G refer to?
You're asking me?
Yeah, you're the applicant.
Okay, so G, it permits, I think it's part of the addition to the dormer.
Okay.
And again, we're not changing anything on the height. We're not changing anything concerning the sideline. We are maintaining exactly the location of the dormer. All what we are doing is joining the 2 pieces together.
So that's variance G. That's just to join the dormer, the 2 dormers in one. And H, I take it is in regard to the front porch?
Correctly.
Okay.
So already we had the approval by your committee on extending the cover on the existing porch. And now what we're doing is, as I said, making the porch bigger to look exactly like the way it was 100 years ago.
This has been a long process.
It's been 2 years, and we're anxiously waiting, me and the family, to move to the house. It's been interesting experience dealing with heritage and this kind of construction. Yep. But I think the results are going to be amazing, and I'm so happy really to preserve the history in the city, and we'll be getting tons of comment and support from all the neighbors and everybody around.
So I note that there are no objections, there's no negative comments. I'm assuming that the planning department is quite happy with this?
I think everybody's happy, the heritage is happy, and you know, they entice us to do the addition to the porch by telling us that we might be eligible for a grant from the heritage. Unfortunately, because of COVID, this grant was canceled. So, but I'm still going ahead. I'm going to absorb the cost. And as I said, I'm very happy to bring back the house to its original look.
All right. Okay. Thank you for your presentation. Any questions, comments from the members of the panel? Are we prepared to vote on this application? All in favor of the application? Good luck with hopefully the final project.
Thank you very much.
Final part of the project.
Thank you very much.
All right. See you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Right. Oh. Yeah. Just a second, folks. where are we here? All right, the next application on the agenda items is item number 14, 69 Mackay Street. This is a minor variance application to permit a reduced interior side yard setback and a reduced distance of an accessory structure to the principal dwelling. It is proposed to construct an addition carport at the rear of the existing semi-detached dwelling. This was adjourned in September and is back before us today. And I believe this item number 14. Ms. Thompson is the applicant's agent. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right, we have to go through the oath or the declaration again. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the notice provided to you as part of the application process and by the committee was posted at the property to which the application applies for the prescribed number of days before the hearing and clearly visible and legible during the entirety of that time?
I do.
All right. All right, Ms. Thompson, if you'd like to proceed.
Okay. We could put up the first slide. Okay, this project involves the construction of a carport in the rear and side yard of an existing semi-detached dwelling, which is in the New Edinburgh Heritage Conservation District. The carport is located over an existing parking space, which is accessed by a lane. You can see that the front of the house is on the top right, and you can see on the bottom left, there's a fence that's surrounding the existing parking space, and there's a very lovely tree in behind that was the subject of, it is a distinctive tree that we have a requirement to retain. If you could just move to the next slide. This is showing the winter condition. The carport would be built where the car is parked now, and you can see the owner in that area. If you move to the variance drawings. Okay, you'll see in this, the context photo, there's a number of garages along School Lane, so that most of the properties in the neighborhood do have an enclosed garage on the lane. And on the next slide, we'll illustrate the minor variances we're looking at, which are for an accessory building. We're requesting a side yard setback of 0.31 meters from the interior side yard versus the 1.2 meter requirement. And that setback, because it's an accessory building, is taken to the eave. So we do have a setback of 0.91 meter to the posts. And we're looking at a reduced setback from an accessory structure to the dwelling. And it is attached to the structure at one corner. So we're looking at a 0 meter setback rather than the 1.2 meter requirement.
Okay.
We do meet all other aspects. As part of the process, we had a discussion with NECA and with all the surrounding neighborhoods. And as a result of that, since the previous application, we've shifted the carport back so that it is further from the street and has as little overlap with the existing building as possible to further respect the heritage character. Just very quickly go through the others. It's a very modest structure, using some of the details from the existing roof, a little roof vent, and in a style that matches a wood front porch at the front of the house. As far as the 4 tests go, we believe it meets the general intent of the official plan. It's a permitted land use under the general urban area. It's set back to minimize impact on the streetscape, and it does follow all the guidelines for construction of new carports in New Edinburgh. It meets the general intent of the zoning bylaw because it's very similar to the location and size and setbacks of similar garages along the lane. We believe the variance is also minor in nature, that the reductions are quite modest. And we believe it's desirable for the development of the land because it's similar to what exists in the neighborhood, and it's designed to permit the elderly residents to stay in their home with less risk of slipping in the winter and snow clearing. We recognize that a heritage permit is also required and have consulted with heritage staff who have no concerns.
Okay. And I take it the tree mitigation plan is in place?
Yes, it is.
All right. There are standard comments from building code services, obtained building permits prior to commencement of construction. The additional variance we've dealt with. So the planning department, I imagine the planning department has no concerns. We've dealt with the mitigation issue. Any questions from the members of the committee on this application? Are we prepared to vote on the application as provided to us? All in favor of the application as proposed? Yeah, application has been granted unanimously. Good luck with your project, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. The next application we'll deal with is for property as known as 340 Osgood. And this is a minor variance application for a reduced rear lot line distance of an accessory structure from the principal dwelling, increased lot coverage and carport opening, and reduced setback for a garage or carport closer to the corner lot line to permit the construction of a standalone carport and shed. And Mr. Moyer is the agent. Good day, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Hello.
Hi, and your address, please?
340 Osgood Street.
All right. And we have to administer the oath before we proceed. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the notice provided to you as part of the application process and by the committee was posted at the property to which the application applied for the prescribed number of days before the hearing and clearly visible and legible during the entirety of that time?
Yes, I do.
All right. So if you'd like to proceed, this is a recirculation, as you know, because of the language in the original notice. So.
Well, yes, indeed, and thank you. I will
recirculate.
Yes. I will begin by acknowledging this is my first time engaging with this committee, and following presentations made before me, I apologize for not providing a PowerPoint. I had not understood how helpful it might be, so I hope the materials provided to you were adequate. I do, apparently we do have things that do get put up, so that's great. Thank you for that. So very briefly, by way of introduction, my wife and I purchased this home last fall to move in with our wife and kids. Our intention is to live here for a good long time. We've gotten to know the neighborhood and do appreciate it extensively, and our neighbors. As we bought this home, the one thing that we knew was an issue for us, we didn't want to change the home. It's a beautiful and I would deem heritage home in Sandy Hill. Our only concern was that there's no outdoor storage of any kind, and no garage, no shelter for the car. We do have a lawn, but no place to put a lawnmower. We are a cycling family and have no place to put our bikes. And so it has been a challenge going through the last winter and the season since. We have no place to put our garbage as well. And so for us, we looked at options for how we might address that. The property is a corner lot, and so it's at the corner of Marlborough and of Osgood. The existing driveway is on Marlborough, is off Marlborough. And so with the drawing in front of you here, the driveway is basically all of that back section where you see the red proposed location for the structure. And there's a very small, relatively small sort of terraced bit in the back corner. We propose to replace that with a shed with an integrated, a carport with an integrated shed. We've chosen to go forward with a carport because we don't want to block an existing window to our kitchen. And so we have, in looking at what was needed to do this, we looked at the variances that would be required. And so we're coming forward with a proposed carport that would be a standalone structure that would be located 0.1 meters from the brick exterior of the house, 0.15 meters from the fence at the back of the lot, And so this application requests relief from the zoning requirements for a 1.2 meter building setback and a 0.6 meter setback from the property line, as well as a relief from the maximum yard coverage. So the rear yard technically is that that portion of our yard as our property faces Osgood. So relief from the maximum yard coverage of 50%. We also, because the driveway is the width it is, and we do need to walk past a car to get to our back door, we are seeking relief of the 3 meter maximum width requirement for the entrance. Zoning provisions there limit us to 3 meters, and we're requesting 3.5 meters. So we have looked at the 4 tests. We do know of other carports in our neighborhood. I could be showing you pictures of that. We're also seeking sorry, I didn't mention it, but it's in the variances requested, a variance to extend beyond the outer wall of the house on the Marlborough side. It is no further than any other building or structure of any sort along Marlborough Avenue, including our neighbors, the Senegalese embassy. I will say we have spoken to all of our neighbors. We've not had any concerns. As you mentioned, there was a miswording of the request for variance in a first version of the communication to neighbors. So we have posted twice and they have received the message twice. We've had good conversations with all our neighbors, no concerns. Didn't seek their written support, but have had offers of that. And so if that would be helpful, certainly is something I could explore. We have looked at the 4 tests, believe that we are maintain the general use and intent of the zoning bylaws of the official plan for basically extending the use of this property within the intent. So the general use of a single family and us being able to make full use of the property. I don't know that I'm as eloquent as many who have spoken before me. I guess I would formulate to the committee whether it has any questions for me and if there's any need, if there is what you need to proceed with a decision on the requested variances.
The members of the committee have any questions or comments for Mr. Meyer on this application? Thank you for your presentation. Your written submission was very good. Glad to see you covered all 4 tests.
Thank you.
For a first-time applicant, you've done a good job. Anyhow, I'm prepared to vote on this. Are we prepared to vote on the application? All in favor of approving this application as submitted to the committee? Your application is unanimously granted now that we have the variances straightened out. So good luck with your project.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Okay. The next application on the agenda is item 16, 178 Carruthers Avenue. A minor variance to produce reduced northerly and southerly interior side yard and rear yard setbacks and reduced rear yard area to permit a balcony to project into a rear yard and to permit a portion of the communal amenity area to be located above grade. It's proposed to demolish the existing apartment building and construct a 4-story, 15-unit low-rise apartment building with rooftop terrace and 7 underground parking spaces. And Mr. Bays is the agent, I believe. Is he there?
Apologies, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Perfect.
All right, I'm going to have to administer the oath before we begin. Do you solemnly swear to or affirm that the notice provided to you as part of the application process and by the committee was posted at the property to which the application applies for the prescribed number of days before the hearing and clearly visible and legible during the entirety of that time?
I do, Mr. Chair.
All right, so we've already been through this once, Mr. Bays, and you're back here hopefully for the final time.
I hope so too.
And we note that that the Hindenburg Community Association now fully supports the application because some changes have been made. So if you'd like to briefly tell us the nature of the relief, and we will proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to keep this as brief as possible. Many of the first images you've seen before, so I'll skim through them very quickly. My apologies to the coordinator. Correct. So these are some of the context of the area. This one, if I can hold for just a moment here. I know I did speak to this before, Mr. Chair, but I do want to reiterate that the context of this is not an interior community situation. This is an edge condition, and it's an edge condition not only adjacent to a fairly insensitive use, being the substation, but it's also adjacent to a number of other infill projects of low-rise apartment buildings, as well as a high-rise apartment that's been constructed on the other side of the street and only a few meters north. This is a short walking distance to light rail stations. Based on the policies of the official plan, it says that in the general urban area, development height should be restricted to approximately 4 stories, which we are doing. But it also highlights the importance of increasing densities and more efficient and effective use of land within proximity to light rail assets and public transit. Next slide, please. Again, this is the design of the building. Through our discussions with the Hintonburg Community Association, there have been some minor changes to the building, the layout, which we did allude to was the topic of our brief adjournment at the September hearing. Next slide, please. So this site plan, unfortunately, doesn't actually show much of the change, but they are here. I apologize for the small numbers, Mr. Chair. The ones that are key are at the top right corner of this site plan. Thank you. So you see that there is a 1.2 meter. This number was previously 1.52 meters. We've moved the building about 1 foot north. We would have considered moving it further north, Mr. Chair, but that emergency exit there just to the left of the screen at this moment can't get any smaller than 1.2. So this was to address community concerns about the setback on the south side of the building. And if you can shuffle down to the south property line, I can point to that change. So by shuffling the building to the north, we were able to take this setback here and increase it from 1.5 to 1.86, which is the dimension that you see at the, I guess it would be the southeast corner. Thank you. And finally, the other concern, it was raised by members of the committee at our first hearing. It was also echoed by a member of the community association about those rear yard balconies and about concerns related to both privacy as well as potential for it to be a precedent in light of the other low-rise apartment building that's being built 1 block over on Hinchy that this backs onto. So we've made some changes to both the balconies as well as the design of the glazing around it. So there's now going to be full height right from the bottom of each one of the balconies to the very top, frosted glazing on the north and the south sides. And at the community's request, we've also glazed the railings as well that face to the west. I do want to reiterate to the committee what I had pointed out at the previous meeting, which is that the balconies themselves face onto the substation. The intent of the zoning bylaw provisions, which restrict balcony projections in rear yards of of lots with particular depth, are intended to maintain the privacy of other rear yard amenity areas, particularly private rear yard amenity areas of lower density uses where those residential uses have exclusive use of their rear yards. In this case, in my opinion, the intent of that is not applicable because we're not only backing directly onto a hydro substation, but the rear yards the other rear yard on Hinchy that we're going to be backing onto, actually, it's going to be an accessory building that's in that corner that we're backing onto but it's also going to be a communal amenity space available to the entire, all residents in that property. The other item that has changed for those balconies I'd like to point out is the balconies previously projected 1.8 meters into the backyard. Thank you. Actually, this is helpful. So they previously projected 1.8 meters. They now only project half of that, 0.9 meters. And we've 0.4 meters back into the buildings as well. So it was overall the balcony, the amount of area on the balconies has reduced, but we were able to make up for some of it by recessing the balconies into the property. Just a summary here of what I just went through. The building's been shifted to the north on the site. North setback 1.2, south setback is 1.86 meters. I apologize for missing that one decimal place. Balcony projection reduced to 0.9 meters, and it was 1.85. And then the balconies are now inset 0.4 meters into the building. So all of these are, we spoke, we had we've actually had multiple meetings with the community association since the August hearing. We've discussed some of the different concerns that have been raised by in the community in their previous letters. And we feel and the community association also feels that we've addressed those concerns.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Bays. Are there any comments from the other members on this application? We also have Ms. Gallipo who wishes to speak. She's a neighbor at 181 Carruthers.
Is it a good time now?
Yep.
Okay. So, hello, my name is Mimi Gallipo. I am the owner of 181 Carruthers, which is directly across the street from 178 Carruthers. I'd like to thank everyone for their time today. I'd like to start by just quickly going over my comments of the variances. The first one about the northern side yard setback of 1.2 meters. I'd like to say that this reduction of over 50% from the minimum of 2.5 meters is hardly minor. And then the southerly interior yard setback of 1.86 meters is a reduction of over 25% from the minimum 2.5 meters. And so if you look at the northerly and southerly yard setbacks combined, the average reduction is overall is 40%. So that might not seem like a lot, but in the end, it means that the building is nearly 15% or 2 meters wider than permitted under the bylaw. In this neighborhood where things are really tight, meters matter. Next, the rear yard setback is 15% or 4.14 meters. So this is a reduction of more than 50% of the minimum setback, which in this case, based on the measurements, should be 8.3 meters. So in that respect, also hardly minor. Next, the rear yard area of 15% of the total area as opposed to 25%. So that's a reduction of about 40% of the area required by bylaw. Both of these, again, the rear yard setbacks is significant because in terms of the additional footprint it represents, it's a 25% increase in the depth of the building. Now, the projection of the balconies, it needs to be considered in reduction, in addition to the reduction of the rear setback, because although it's a 0.9 meter projection, it's still nearly a meter. And again, meters matter. especially in this neighborhood where things are tight. Lastly, the amenity area will remain in the rear yard and it will be substantial enough to serve any purpose? Or will this variance effectively serve to also reduce the overall usable amenity available to residents? So I just wanted to sort of summarize that basically what it comes down to is the variances in question are hardly minor, both in isolation or combined. Taken together, variances A, B, C, and D represent an increase in the building footprint, like I said, of over 40% or nearly 100 square meters, which is a lot. The variances are neither necessary nor desirable for the appropriate development of the property. Given the envelope in which greater density could still be readily achieved within the parameters of the bylaw, the issue here is too many units for the size of the lot. It's difficult to see how squeezing in a structure of this size will enhance or even maintain our neighborhood's character. Having heard nothing compelling, we have heard nothing compelling regarding the official plan, and we trust that the committee's judgment will take these concerns into account. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Gallagher. Mr. Bays, response?
Certainly, Mr. Chair. So I think that I think that the owner at 181 raises, I understand her concerns. I know that one of the items that came up was how these types of variances are considered minor. And I think that in my opinion, part of the concerns that she raised in one of her comments is actually telling of why I believe that this is a minor variance, which is that this is a tight neighborhood. This is a neighborhood of small lots, of intimate streets, of minimal front yards, and of a number of buildings that don't comply with the zoning. That these small side yard setbacks, these intimate spaces are actually a character of this neighborhood. Meters matter. Meters matter certainly in this neighborhood, and meters matter also in the case of this particular project. This type of building, the proposed 15 units, and I think I should provide maybe some context on this, the history of this project. It has been a very long project. The original proposal for this site was actually submitted back in 2013, and it was for a 6-story apartment building with 20 units in it. This was submitted as a zoning bylaw amendment and a site plan at that time. And through discussions with the city and feedback, there was actually also a change of the architect who was working on it, and a new design was developed. The design that you see before you today with some minor revisions based on the site plan process. This particular design is a 4-story, therefore it's considered a low-rise apartment building. It has a lower profile in order to better transition from the 2- and 3-story buildings to the south towards these higher density buildings to the north. And it's a way to provide additional density in an area that is in close proximity to 2 light rail stations. In terms of the concerns related to a loss of amenity area, there's no proposed reduction in the amount of required amenity area that is required under the zoning bylaw. We're still planning on providing the same amount of amenity area. The only difference is that amenity area is going to be located both in the backyard and in an above grade rooftop terrace area. just want to make sure that I'm covering off the particular items. In terms of compliance with the official plan or consistent meeting the intent and purpose of the official plan. As I mentioned, this area is designated general urban area. Built form is generally up to 4 stories. This proposal is consistent with that. It's also higher densities in a higher density built form in proximity to light rail and higher priority transit in a walkable neighborhood. In terms of compliance and consistency with the zoning, the intent and purpose of the R4 zone, which this property is zoned, as well as the larger neighborhood, is to permit a range of dwelling types ranging from detached dwellings to low-rise apartment buildings, which this proposal is. In terms of being minor in nature, these are reductions in the north and the south interior side yard setbacks, but I do want to again point out that the prevailing character in this area, this proposal is consistent with that. Another item that I'd like to point out is that if this building was 2 meters shorter, Mr. Chair, the minimum setbacks would be 1.5 meters on either side. In that case, we're exceeding it on the south side. It wouldn't, in this case, meet it on the north side, but I also want to highlight that the north side is a predominantly vacant parcel. We're not impacting, or we don't have the potential to impact residents by that reduced rear yard set or interior side yard setback on the north. And I'm open to answer any other questions or concerns that the committee feels I may have missed.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Bays. If we could hear from the department, Mr. Nato. You've heard the concerns from the resident at 181 for others. In response to Ms. Galipo's concerns, if you wouldn't mind.
In the view of the committee, my apologies. In the view of the department, I mean, we tend to emphasize, as you know, the strategic directions of the official plan. And in terms of, evaluation of impacts, we tend to lean more heavily on the side of impacts. We find that the changes made by the applicant in this case have generally been sensitive to issues raised certainly in prior hearings of the committee. And I do also note that they appear to have the support of the local neighborhood association. In my view, the impacts of the requested variances are sufficiently minor.
Thank you, Mr. Nato. Okay, Mr. Georgie is up on screen. Do you wish to comment, sir? Do you wish to speak? Or are you just here to listen?
Andy, if you did want to speak, your microphone may be off.
It has no sound. All right. So any comments from the committee on this? I'd like to reserve on this so we can discuss the input we've had on this application. So we'll reserve, and the decision will be in your hands in 10 days. Thank you, everybody, for your input. Thanks very much. Thank you. Members of the committee, we have one application left, items 1 and 2, which is going to be a long application. So I suggest that we take a short break and reconvene in 5 minutes or so. So, Mr. Secretary Treasurer, I'm going to I'm going to mute and stop video right now, and I'll be back online and along with the rest of us in 10 minutes.
Noted, Mr. Chair.
We're back. And just waiting for Mr. Wilder.
I am here, except I don't know why my video isn't working all of a sudden.
Well, I'm sure you can get it fixed. All right.
I started my video. Okay, there we go. There we go. Sorry.
It's all right. Like I said, the joys of modern technology. Anyway, we will now deal with items 1 and 2. This is 609, 607, 611, 613 Parkview Road. This is a consent to subdivide the property into 4 separate parcels of land. The existing dwellings are to be demolished, and it is proposed to construct 4 triplexes, 1 on each of the newly created parcels. Minor variances to permit reduced lot widths and area for the creation of 4 separate parcels of land. It is proposed to demolish the existing residential dwellings and construct 4 triplexes with 1 triplex on each of the proposed parcels. And before we begin, there's an amendment to a minor amendment to the consent notice for the frontages. They should all read 9.75 meters, so they're all exactly the same. So that has been corrected. Anyway, I'm assuming that Mr. Chown is the agent for this application. Am I correct, Mr. Chown? I can't hear you.
Sorry about that. Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm assisted this afternoon by my colleague, Serene Shahzada, and she will make the presentation on the applications.
Okay.
I will make myself available to answer any questions. And then, Mr. Chairman, I would look forward to the opportunity to provide comment once we've heard from all of the residents and Ms. Ross and others who may want to comment on the application. So with the committee.
Would I be administering the oath to you, Mr. Chown, and Ms. Shahzada?
You can administer the oath to Ms. Shahzada. Thank you.
All right. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the notice provided to you as part of the application process and by the committee was posted at the property to which the application applies for the prescribed number of days before the hearing and clearly visible and legible during the entirety of that time?
Yes, I swear.
Okay. Oh, and another thing before we begin, was there a streetscape character analysis done for this project?
Yes, there was. It was noted in the cover letter. It was confirmed as CBA.
Okay, all right. Okay, as you may realize, there is a considerable amount of community concern with this application, and we have a long list of speakers from the neighborhood who wish to speak to the item after you folks have concluded your presentation. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 individuals in the area who are going to handle different aspects of the application, of the community's response, and a representative from the local community association. And then there are a number of other individuals who may wish to speak after their neighbors have made the presentation. So this may take a while. Anyway, if you'd like to proceed with the application.
Sure. I did submit a presentation to go along.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, can I just interrupt and just let the residents know they are right now in attendee status. We will bring them into as panelists once that portion is open to the public.
Thank you. Please proceed.
All right. So the subject properties are located in Ward 15, which is Kitchissippi, within the Hampton Park neighborhood. And as you can see on this image, the properties back onto Hampton Park. The properties have a combined area of about 1,330 square meters and a frontage of approximately 39 square meters. Can we go to the next picture? So the applications propose to sever the properties into 4 lots to facilitate the development of 4 3-unit dwellings. The proposed triplexes will be 3 stories in height and have frontage on Parkview Road. Each pair of triplexes has a shared driveway that leads to 1 parking space in the rear yard for each triplex. While the zoning bylaw does not require parking in this area, 1 parking space has been provided per property. After discussions with city staff, the rear yard area has been modified to add waste storage sheds and to shorten the driveway and to bring the parking spaces closer to the building. So the requested variances with these applications are to permit a reduced lot width of 9.75 meters for all 4 properties, whereas the bylaw requires a minimum lot width of 12 meters, and to permit a reduced lot area of about 332 square meters depending on the property, whereas the bylaw requires a minimum lot area of 360 square meters. So to go into the 4 tests, the first one talks about the official plan. So the properties are located within the general urban area where the city recommends infill and intensification and permits a full range and different choices of housing. Infill and intensification are recommended in the urban area, and triplexes are an appropriate form of ground-oriented development. With the new official plan, there is a report on the growth management strategy that states that 51% of new residential growth until 2046 is to be through intensification. And this translates to approximately 92,100 new residential units by 2046 within the built-up area. So to achieve this sort of intensification, intensification of existing established neighborhoods is required. The subject property is an appropriate example for intensification due to its location and proximity to existing and future transit. So it maintains the general intent and purpose of the official plan. With regards to the zoning bylaw, the property is zoned residential 3rd density subzone R, which lists triplexes as a permitted use. So the requested variances facilitate the development of a permitted use, which is a triplex. The proposed development meets setback requirements for front, rear, and interior side yard setbacks. And these performance standards are identical for most permitted uses in the R3R zone, including singles, duplexes, and triplexes, but excluding semi-detached dwellings. The proposed development also meets the required building height, and it exceeds the amenity area requirement for a triplex. The amenity area requirement is 45 square meters for a triplex, whereas this proposal provides 64 square meters. A smaller lot width and area will have no impact on the functionality of the site. Therefore, this maintains the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. Can we go to the next image, please? The third test is that the minor variance is considered desirable for the use of land. So the requested variance for lot width is compatible with the lot fabric of the neighborhood. As we can see in this figure, many lots in the area have been subdivided. Surrounding lots on Parkview Road have lot widths between 6.3 and 11 meters, with the most common being around 8.5 meters. So the proposed lot width of 9.75 meters is appropriate for this location, and the reduced lot widths allow the proposed development to fit in with the surrounding built form. Next picture, please. The second variance for lot area is also compatible with the lot fabric of the neighborhood. A reduced lot area allows the proposed development to fit in with the surrounding built form. Allowing a smaller area promotes intensification and is compatible with the overall character and lot fabric of the neighborhood. As we can see in this figure, there are many examples of smaller lots in this neighborhood and on Parkview Road. On Parkview Road, these lots range from between 280 square meters to 350 square meters. So a request for a reduced lot area of 332 square meters is compatible with the lot fabric and consistent with the surrounding lot fabric as well. So these variances facilitate the development of an appropriate and compatible additional housing choices within the neighborhood and is desirable. Can we go to the next image? So this is a rendering showing the proposed development along the street on Parkview Road. So the fourth test for a minor variance is that the variance is considered minor in nature. The variances are to reduce lot width by 2.25 meters and to reduce the lot area by about 28.5 square meters, depending on the property. The proposed development meets the performance standards for setbacks in terms of front, rear, and interior side yard setbacks, and it exceeds the minimum amenity area requirement. The proposed development also meets the performance standards for building height and is comparable with the surrounding building heights on the street, as you can see in this rendering. The requested variances will not impact the functionality of the site and will have no impact on the streetscape, and therefore the variances are considered minor in nature. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Comments? Well, actually, from the planning department, would you mind giving us your position on this application, please?
Of course, Mr. Chair. In terms of the specific requests being put before the committee today, that is to say the requested consent and the reduction in lot size, the department does not find these requests objectionable at all, as the applicant mentioned in their proposal or in their presentation. There is evidence of similar lot sizes throughout the neighborhood, and where this application is fundamentally a question of lot fabric, the department has no issues. We do recognize that there are other dimensions of the project that would benefit from added attention and effort on the part of the applicant. We did make several requests that they make improvements prior to this hearing, which they did.
Just to be clear, which were, to clarify?
Let's see, the reconfiguration of the parking at the rear. We had asked for a clearer indication of existing trees and whether they were retainable, for lack of a better word. We inquired about the nature of the entrances indicated on the site plan in terms of where they're leading and how many units that might imply in the proposed buildings. Had I mentioned waste management? At any rate, a broad discussion took place concerning this application, and we requested generally that further effort be put into this application were it to go forward as well.
And you're aware of the Forestry Service's opposition to this because of the number of distinctive trees that are going to be impacted by this application, by this development?
Yes. They are, yes.
And after your discussions with the applicant, what are we looking at as far as tree retention in the rear yards of those properties?
Mr. Chairman, if we can put the site plan back up, we could have a brief discussion about that.
Okay.
From the staff perspective, to our knowledge, no commitments have been made in terms of tree retention.
So to expand upon Mr. Nadeau's comments, Mr. Chairman, the initial submission, the parking spaces were located at the rear of the property and the amenity space was up against the back of the buildings. You can see from this plan that there are really no no trees in that space immediately adjacent to the buildings, and at the suggestion of the department, the plans were modified to bring the parking spaces closer to the back of the building and provide that amenity space against the rear property line. And when we do that, you can see that there's the potential here to retain, I would say, at least 4 of those existing trees in the rear yard.
And if there was no parking in the rear yard at all, Mr. Chown, you'd be able to retain all those trees, correct?
All but one that's in the far left corner, and you're quite right. And I'm sure we'll get into that discussion as opposed in terms of the trade-off between providing parking and maintaining the trees. We can certainly maintain more trees if we don't provide parking.
And that parking was requested by the department? I assume.
No, the parking is not being requested by the department. Our client is proposing to provide one parking space per unit, but as the committee knows, that parking is not required under the bylaw. And so that that parking could be removed and we could potentially present more trees.
Any consideration ever given to putting the parking in the front yard rather than the rear yard?
Mr. Chairman, I'd love to have that conversation, but I can tell you that many, many times I've raised that possibility with city staff and have been strongly opposed by any proposition to provide front yard parking.
And parking in tandem between the buildings? You're only providing a space per building, so there'd have to be space for 4 vehicles. Looks like
that would present some challenges in terms of providing access to the units, as you can see from where the door locations are in this on this plan.
All right. So in conclusion, Mr. Nato, with the changes that you've negotiated with the applicant, the department is satisfied with the application that is before us today.
The department is satisfied that the requests of the applicant in this case are reasonable.
All right. I'm understanding that the forestry department is opposed to this application.
That's correct.
All right. Any questions or comments from the other members of the panel? Mr. Wilder.
Mr. Chown, first off, does your client anticipate at a future time to create secondary dwelling units in these triplexes?
Well, firstly, a secondary dwelling unit is not permitted in a 3-unit dwelling or a triplex.
That is correct. Will he come through on a rezoning to do this as has been done before?
So correct. The question is whether or not our client would be pursuing a rezoning from R3 to R4 to permit a low-rise apartment building. I can tell you that that is not his intention, and I certainly wouldn't support such a proposal. I want to be clear because of your question and some of the comments that we've received, and I've read them all. There are references to our client having made applications of that sort to rezone to allow a 4th unit in the basement of a triplex. I want to be abundantly clear, because we were the agents on those applications, that the applications, those zoning applications, were not an application to permit a low-rise apartment building. Those properties were already in an R4 zone where a low-rise apartment building was already a permitted use. So he has not made applications that have been processed by the city and approved by the city to rezone to permit a low-rise apartment building where he has developed a triplex. The use was already permitted.
Thank you, Mr. Chown. One more question. In terms of the official plan, intensification, increase in density, this street, yes, has seen intensification, has seen infill. We've seen a series of semi-detached dwellings on this street, on this block of Parkview. There are no, at the moment, on this stretch of Parkview, any triplexes, which changes the in a sense, regardless of right now of height, but it changes certainly the character from singles and semis to certainly triplexes. Three triplexes, which would give more green space, wouldn't give the impact that 4 would have. Three triplexes would certainly be allowed as of right. You wouldn't be before us today with 3 triplexes. I guess your client is, I guess it comes down to, you're going to tell us economics in terms of him wanting to build 4 triplexes on this combination property as opposed to 3. 12 units versus 9 units, basically. Is that correct?
Well, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I think we all know that economics is not a factor in making planning decisions. I have no idea what the economics of this project are, and I'm not in that business. So the question is, and I think you've properly highlighted this, that as of right, our client could construct 3 triplexes on this property. The nature of the relief being sought through the minor variances allows for a 4th triplex or 3 more households to live in this neighborhood. And then to the question or the comment about, well, you would have more green space with 3 triplexes than 4. I'm not sure that's true, because the 3 triplexes, you end up with bigger buildings on bigger lots. With the 4 triplexes, you have smaller buildings on smaller lots with space between those buildings that you don't have with the 3 buildings. So breaking the massing into 4 volumes instead of 3, you actually open up additional space between the buildings than you would have with only 3. So two observations. One is, I think it's debatable as to whether or not you get more green space with 3 units than 4. And I think the other point is it appropriate to consider these variances to give 3 more households the opportunity to live in this neighborhood?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all the questions I have for now.
Have we lost the chairman?
I believe we have. If we just wait a minute, hopefully he'll be able to reconnect.
Did everybody else lose their connection? Yeah.
No.
Everybody else has too?
Yep. Well,
Mr. Chair, you were the only one who missed his connection, and so perhaps we could take a step back, and I would suggest that maybe you would want to ask Mr. Chown.
I can't hear you, Mr. I can't hear you, Mr. Secretary.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You can hear me?
Yeah.
So if we can take a step back, Mr. Chown was responding to a question from Member Wilder, and just so that you're completely aware of that exchange, you may want to ask Mr. Chown to repeat his last comments. He was addressing a question from Member Wilder regarding the benefits of adding 3 units and whether or not there was any impact on landscaping.
Okay.
So thank you very much, Mr. Secretary Treasurer, and I'll try to be brief, Mr. Chairman, as the other members have already heard my response. So firstly, the question was about the merits of 3 units as of right versus 4 units, which we are asking for, and what the impact might be on green space. And my response was twofold. Firstly, that in terms of green space, having 4 smaller buildings on 4 smaller lots, you may actually have more green space than you would have with 3 larger buildings on 3 lots. And in particular, as you're walking down the street, there's more spaces between the buildings if there's 4 buildings along that piece of Parkview rather than 3. And the other observation I had was that in terms of the applications, the net effect is that if we approve the applications before you, then we give 3 more households the opportunity to live in this neighborhood. And I think that was it in a nutshell, Mr. Chairman.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chown. All right. Any other questions from the members? Ms. McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question. I have a couple of questions, but Ms. Shahzada, you mentioned various lot widths, I think on Parkview, varying between 6.3 and 11, somewhere in that. Would you be aware if any of those have 3-unit buildings on them?
No, I'm not aware if any of them are triplexes or not.
Okay, thank you. And then I want to just delve into the official plan, the section under general urban area, where the city says it supports intensification. And I've just got some notes here. And it says, when considering a proposal for residential intensification through infill, the city will assess the compatibility of the new development as it relates to the existing community character, so that it enhances and builds upon the desirable established patterns of built form. I just wonder if you could take us back through that conceptual plan where you're showing the 4 buildings, and tell us how that responds to the community, the existing community character.
Oh, sure. Can we pull up the rendering again? It's a few pages down. Okay. So when we were looking at this application, it is the only variances we are requesting are those for lot width and lot area, and the triplexes meet all the performance standards for setbacks. So this application is a nature of, the issue with this application is looking at lot fabric and built form of the neighborhood, as opposed to any other performance standards in relation to building height or setbacks. So with this development, we did take a look at the surrounding community and the lots on Parkview Road itself to see if there are any lots of comparable sizes. And from the figures that I showed previously, showing the different lot widths and lot areas of subdivided lots in this neighborhood, these lots are compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. and the triplexes were designed to be fully conforming to all of the different performance standards and the amenity area requirement for this area, which is why we believe they are compatible with this neighborhood.
So I'm going to suggest to you that variances for lot width and lot area alone can clearly impact or affect the neighborhood character, and it can affect adjacent properties. And I'm going to go back to the official plan policies that say the proponents of new development should demonstrate at the time of application how the design of their development fits within the existing desirable character and plan function, and incorporates element and details of common characteristics. That's one of the items they mentioned. And so I'm going to suggest to you that despite the fact that it's lot width and lot area, and I'm sure Mr. Chown will weigh in on this, but the official plan requires for an infill development that the compatibility factors come into play. And so I just again wonder how a 3-story building or building form of a 3-story with 4 in a row fits into the established character of this area.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to step in as Ms. McLean anticipated. The planned function for this neighborhood is as set out in the zoning bylaw. And the zoning bylaw permits triplexes. So please leave the image up. The zoning bylaw permits triplexes. It permits 3-story buildings. So what's being proposed is consistent with the planned function of this neighborhood. Now, having said that, I acknowledge that you're going to hear many comments and concerns today about the height and the scale and massing of these buildings. They are permitted under the zoning bylaw. They are part of the planned function of this neighborhood as determined by council when this property was zoned R3. If that isn't the vision for this neighborhood, it should not be zoned R3. It should instead be zoned R2, which it simply isn't. So this application is consistent with the planned function. The height is permitted, the scale is permitted. The only question before the committee today is whether or not the lots are consistent with the lot fabric of the neighborhood, and as a result, is it appropriate to permit 4 triplexes, 3 stories in height instead of 3?
Well, I'm just going to take it one step further and suggest that the plan for this street, I agree with you if these were complying lots and this was a complying development. But I think because it's an infill lot that you're asking to be created, we have to go back to the official plan policies that talk about new development being compatible, and has to, the compatibility of the scale and the use have to be compatible with the character of the area. So again, while the height may be permitted in the zone, once you're doing an infill lot, then in the compatibility characteristics come into play. And that would be my, I'd like to hear more information on how this is compatible with the existing character of built form in the area.
So you've used the words scale and use, which I'm sure this is the language of the official plan. I'd have to go back and read the policy myself again for the umpteenth time. So scale, that's measured in terms of height and massing. The scale of these buildings fully conform to the zoning bylaw. And as I say, the use is permitted. So in terms of the policies of the official plan, this development is compatible with this neighborhood. It's conforming to the permitted height and the permitted use on this street. Mr. Chairman, with respect, we could probably debate this all afternoon.
Yeah, I'm just going to leave it there too.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. McLean. Mr. Wilder?
Just a quick question, Mr. Chan. Are those, I mean, it's the first time I've actually really had a chance to see a perspective on the street. Are those 3-story gray, those, what I'm seeing there, 3-story gray blank concrete walls on the side of each of those triplexes?
It's an architectural feature that has been proposed with the design of the building to create some interest in the front elevation.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other members wish to have comments or questions? Okay. I have to reset my internet just for a second here, and I may have to pop out of Zoom and back in again. Just bear with me for a second. I'm going to get some issues in this neighborhood. We'll see. See. Hear me, Mr. Secretary Treasurer.
I can hear you, Mr. Chair. Do you wish to take a 5-minute break?
No, I'm just waiting for the video to reestablish itself. I don't know what's going on with my my system, but I've been getting error messages. Anyway, all right. With that, we'll move to the public part of the hearing. As I mentioned earlier on, there are a large number of people in the neighborhood who wish to speak to this item. And I would just remind you that we're at a 5-minute limit per presentation, and that if one of your neighbors has already made the point for you, there is no necessity for you to make the point the second time. We have received all your letters, and I can assure you that the committee has read every single one of them. Anyway, we will now proceed with the public section of this hearing, and I'd ask that Mr. Cutler from the Hampton Iona Community Group lead off.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Your address, please.
226 Byron Avenue.
Okay. All right.
I'm the head of the local community association, Hampton Iona Community Group. I do not live on the street, but I was actually going to suggest, since the residents have done such a detailed job in analyzing this project and putting together a presentation, so as I don't steal their thunder and cause comments to be repeated, that perhaps in this case, it might be better if I go last, with all due respect, after the residents.
All right, we can accommodate your wish. That's not a problem.
Okay. Thank you.
So then there'd be is it Miss Colhoun at 598 Parkview, I believe?
That's right. Hello, Marcia.
Did I pronounce your name properly?
Just call me by my first name. My last name's impossible. Marcia, please.
You can see by my last name that I'm somewhat sensitive to the mispronunciation of last names.
Yes, I can understand.
You can imagine how many times it's been mispronounced and misspelled. Okay, you're going to present on, let me think, this is the introduction to the street.
That's right. So I'm just going to start us off. So good afternoon. We've prepared a deck that summarizes our request to reject the application for consent and variances. We've solicited the views and priorities of all of the households within a 1 block radius of the property, and can comfortably say that we are representing the views of all those people. Well over 50 of those households have also sent you letters, as you've already referenced. So we, just to be clear, as you know, we're talking about adjacent lots here with 1 bungalow on each lot. The developer is proposing to build 4, I would call them apartment buildings, with 3 units in each. I'm glad to hear they're not going to put a basement unit in as well, but maybe 3 units in each. So we're actually talking about 12 units with 4 parking spots where there are currently 2 units. So we're not opposed to intensification. I live actually in one of those infills, and many of us do. I mean, we're not opposed to intensification, but to use my teenage son's words, this is intensification on steroids. 12 units where there's currently 2. So let me tell you what we're going to tell you. So I'm going to take 1 minute to go through the first 8 slides. So that'll be really fast to introduce you and welcome you to our street. Greg is then going to talk about intensification and build form, which is slide 9. George will talk about streetscape, slide 10. Martin about parking, slide 11. Steve about transit, slide 12. Chris about trees, slide 13. And then Krista's going to sum up, which is the final slide. So let's get started. Slide 2. This is our street and this is our home. These are our homes. Parkview is, actually that's not our first slide, but anyway, I'll just talk. Those aren't, if you can go to slide 2, that would be great. Anyway, Parkview is a 1 block long street with 1- and 2-story detached and semi-detached homes with driveways. Miss McLean asked earlier if there are any triplexes nearby. No, there are no triplexes on this street, nor on any of the adjacent streets. So the planner talked about having canvassed the neighborhood to see what it was like. Well, they would have noticed that there are no triplexes. Slide 3, at the south end of the street, there's access to Hampton Plaza, as well as to Hampton Park and its baseball diamonds, splash pad, basketball court, dog park, play structures, and woods. At the north end of this street, there's access to Hampton Park Woods. So it's only 1 block long. It's a very short street. Slide 4. You'll see in this slide that winter parking is a real challenge. We are, understandably, we're a small 1 block street, not a priority for snow clearing. Summer parking is also a challenge, as the 2 baseball diamonds in particular attract far more cars than parking spaces available. Slide 5 is just another picture in the winter, so we can just move on to slide 6, which shows, if we move to the next one, slide 6 shows the front and the back of one of these houses that are set for demolition. And then so that's one of them. And then the next slide, slide 7, shows the second house, front and back, set for demolition. And we'd ask you to please have a look and see how many trees are on these properties. A lot of large trees. And finally, slide 8, finally for my part, slide 8, this shows the Hampton Park path that is behind these properties. The 2 properties back onto these parks, they're just, if you see the wooden fence there, they're just beyond that wooden fence. So that's an introduction to the street and what it looks like. And I'll turn it over to Greg now, who will talk about intensification and build form, slide 9.
Mr. Reid, please proceed. I can't hear you, Mr. Reid. No.
There, is that better?
Yeah.
Sorry about that. So I think the discussion has touched on a couple of these points already, so I won't belabor it, but I think, as residents, as we first thought about these plans, we wanted to understand how we could wrap our minds around them. And the official plan, in accordance with the test 2, was a really good way for us to think through what this proposal meant in the context of our neighborhood. So in talking, or thinking through section 2.5.1 of that official plan, we saw that it requires new developments to respect the character of the existing area. It says that when developments and higher densities are introduced into existing areas that have been developed over a long period of time, it requires that a sensitive approach and respect for a community's established characteristics are taken into account. In particular, it should be understanding that it fits well within its physical context and it works well, in particular in mass and height. And I know there's a debate, in terms of bylaws, but the official plan is there to guide decision makers, we believe. And what we're talking about is going from too shallow, not deep structures to very high and deep structures. So, we submit that this does create a significant change and introduce a much higher density and mass within the community. Now that talks a little bit about what's currently there versus what is being proposed to be there. But we also need to think about the appropriateness of the proposal from the perspective of what's around it. And I won't go on long, but policy 4.11 and policy 10 talks about the appropriateness of the proposal in respect of the adjacent properties as well as those across the street. And you can see gray boxes in the rendering, but there is a much different style of home in respect of that they are semi-detached, but also the look and feel are much different than what's being proposed in terms of concrete blocks and glass and high, non-peaked roofs. So, they may meet the letter of the bylaw, but the sense that the official plan is asking be taken into consideration, we don't see. And then in direct respect of this minor variance, we're talking about 4 lots. If it was one triplex, as has been stated, that could just be built. It's within the zoning, but we're talking about 4 lots, 4 of these being put onto the property, which will significantly increase the mass and the density and the character of the street. The next slide, my neighbor George will talk a lot about the street character, but just to bring it back to the official plan, section 3.6.1 does state that it must enhance and complement the existing community. So we will go through that, but I did note, I think happily, other comments on the proposal on Athlone, for example. This was an important characteristic in the decision of the committee on whether or not a proposal was appropriate. So I'll leave it there and pass it to my neighbor George, who will talk about the streetscape character. Thanks.
It's Mr. Burchain, I believe, 619 Parkview.
Yes, thank you, Greg. So I'm kind of touch base on the streetscape character. So claiming the development as minor variances as proposed, we believe clearly that do not comply with the intent of the Ottawa zoning bylaw, and more specifically with the mature neighborhood zoning bylaw. Specifically, the development does not complement or reinforce the established neighborhood character as seen along the streetscape, as required by section 139 and 140 of the zoning bylaw and the zoning bylaw in general. So the application zoning bylaw requires that the streetscape character analysis to be carried out for all minor variances and consents. And the streetscape character analysis manual kind of state that your street gives you your rules. The key idea is to look around you on the street where you are proposing to build. And the first consideration is how I can build something that fits into respects and reinforces the established character of my street. This proposal fails the streetscape character analysis in general, and we will focus on 3 criteria. The first one is the front and side yard landscaping. Second, main door placement. Third, access and parking character. And clearly that each of these criteria do not match the prevailing street pattern on Parkview. Moving to details. The first point, front and side yard landscaping. So the planned hardscaping in the front and side yard of the 3plexes, and I'm glad to hear they are not going for 4plexes, is significantly more than any of the surrounding properties, as well as the soft landscaping is fragmented into small patches as a result of removing all trees on the properties. The combined effect of the rear yard treatment result in a significant departure from the backyard oasis currently found on Parkview, replacing it with balconies, surface parking, and waste storage bins, leaving only a 3.3 meter depth of backyard for green space. This is significant as this will alter the use and enjoyment of neighboring backyard and result in overlook from the balconies and introduce no privacy. Second point, the main door placement. The main door placement, talking here about the side entrances of second and third units and 9 side windows facing adjacent property 605 and 619, and the 5 windows between triplexes. That's based on the elevation drawing. And I'm open parentheses here. We're not sure if the bylaw permit for opening side windows. I'm going back to the privacy comment made earlier, closing the parentheses. And all what I mentioned here are significantly different from that of any resident on the street. The last point, access parking character. So the proposed shared long driveway between each 2 triplexes does not fit with the established driveway pattern on the street. Create large paving surface, rear yard parking, a parking type that doesn't exist on Parkview Road. The double driveway would further reduce the amount of land available for trees and green spacing. In addition, and more notably, the site plan introduced 4 rear surface parking space in the backyard. There is no other rear yard parking on Parkview. This will significantly alter the use of the backyard on these 4 lots, which is at odds with the green landscaping found elsewhere on Parkview Road. Also, the proposed development includes rear yard balconies for each unit for a total of 12 balconies. Closing, from our committee point of view, the claim proposal is not minor. In fact, we consider it significant change in our neighborhood. I personally have been living in Westboro for more than 32 years and 20 years in Parkview. In the last several years, I start seeing a big deviation from the original area character, and this proposal is significantly by far introduced big changes from what I have seen during a short period of time. It's like putting the area on a completely different path. As a resident of an adjacent property, I have many concerns of the 4 massive concrete buildings. On top of the streetscape character which we went through, I also concerned about the changes that could lead to the water present drainage, which could cause flooding to properties that are close by.
And that's not within our purview. You have to deal with that through through the other levels of the Ottawa's government, not us.
Okay, so that's it for me. Thank you for your time. And now I'll pass the floor to Martin, who is going to speak about the parking problem.
Yes, Mr. Dorman lives at 612 Parkview. Mr. Dorman?
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, so I live directly across the street from the new development. So I'm going to talk about parking. So as planned, this development is only proposing to offer 4 backyard parking spaces for the future 12 units at 609 and 615 Parkview Road. The variances that are being requested reduce the possibility of on-lot parking by overbuilding on the lots. Most of the new residents of this development will have at least 1 vehicle. These vehicles will need to park somewhere, and that will more than likely be the street. In fact, considering that there's an average of 1.5 cars per family, we could be looking at up to 12 cars parking on the street on a daily basis. And this is without considering guests or families that have more cars. Relying on street parking is concerning for the neighborhood due to several reasons. Firstly, Parkview Road has been built with limited on-street parking in mind. It is not wide enough to have cars parked on both sides while allowing 2 cars to pass each other. Secondly, Parkview Road does not have sidewalks. All residents must use the street to walk to and from various destinations such as Hampton Park, the Plaza, the dog park, bus stops, etc. This means that the elderly and children are using the street to move around. Any increase in on-street parking makes walking on the street an increasingly dangerous option. Thirdly, Parkview Road services overflow parking from Hampton Park. As you heard before, frequent baseball games in the summertime result in the street filling up with parked cars, as you can see in the slide. Fourth, wintertime. With this development proposing 12 cars parked on the road, where will they go in the winter? As you can see in previous slides, Parkview Road is quite narrow in the winter, even without cars parked on the road. We do not get our snowbanks removed. There have been occasions in the past where some parked cars have caused issues with the plow being unable to clear the street. And again, remember, we do not have sidewalks, which means everybody is walking and driving on the road. Finally, on-street parking deprives the new residents the option of purchasing an electric car, as they will have no space to charge it. With cities increasingly looking to ban gas-powered cars, this seems like a major oversight. Next is Steve, who will talk about transit. Thanks.
I have a couple of questions for you, Mr. Dorman.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Dealing with the parking issue. Are there any signs on the street, or is it an unsigned block?
Unsigned.
Unsigned, which means the 3 hour, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. restriction is in place 7 days a week.
I believe so, yes.
That's what it is. Yeah. And also means that overnight winter parking regulations that ban you from parking on the street come into effect when the
yes, in theory, if doesn't mean they're abided by, but yes.
Do you have any idea how wide the road surface is?
I don't have an exact measurement. I mean, I guess it's hard to see from the slide that's up there now, but it's pretty tight to have two cars pass.
Because if it's less than 8 meters, then you can only park on one side of the street. That's according to the parking.
Sorry, I don't have an exact measurement.
All right. So in the summer, the situation on the street is worse because of the ball diamonds and the use.
So yeah, on baseball nights, like the picture shows here, on baseball nights, the street is pretty much fully parked on both sides.
Okay.
Because they can't, either they don't want to park in Hampton Park because they're afraid of getting hit by a baseball, or it's just too full. There's probably various reasons why people park on the street.
And what's the parking demand like in the winter months?
Winter months, currently there's occasional parked cars on the street, and that's what's caused problems when there's 2 cars parked on either side. What happens is that the snowbanks tend to reduce the width of the street because they're not taken away. And then when cars park and the plow goes by, it just keeps getting narrower and narrower. We eventually end up with a single lane street in the winter.
Yeah. And how many residents are currently parking long-term on the street?
The increase in infills has probably added several cars. I think right now all the houses have a driveway, so it's only people that have multiple cars that would essentially park on the street. As I said, some of the infills have reduced the amount of on-street parking already because of extra driveways. Yeah. So, when they have an extra car, they're parking on the road, which is fine, but they can't necessarily park in front of their house. They have to park in front of somebody else's house because they have no space to park.
All right. Okay. By the way, I don't know if you're aware of it or not, but permit parking is available in the city of Ottawa. And through your counselor, you may want to investigate permit parking for your street, whether it's the monthly permit parking or the kind of parking I have on my street, which is guest permit parking. My street used to be an absolute parking lot for the corner of Edgeworth and Carling Avenue, and it's no longer, and it hasn't been since 1996 because we put guest permit parking in. And the multiple use residential dwellings don't have a right to a space that's for individual property owners only. So you may want to look at that as a solution.
But where are those
to your parking situation?
Sorry, where are those cars going to go?
Good question. but you do have solutions to non-resident parking on the street. I just to let you know, the survey of household spending for the Statistics Canada undertakes on a fairly regular basis has indicated in 2017 that in urban areas, 79% of households have a vehicle. So right. For the 12 vehicles, the 12 households that are going to be in these units, you're looking at a minimum of 8 parking spaces needed, and the grand total of 4 are being provided.
That's right.
But the city, as you also know, the city has no requirements for parking for this many units in its current bylaw.
Yes, we understand that.
Yeah,
we're just flagging the concern.
We're all supposed to walk or take our bicycle. Anyway, the next piece of this is transit. Mr. Biddle, I believe, is up.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Stephen Biddle, and I'm a resident of 597 Parkview Road. And so I'd like to go to slide 12, please. Next slide. And I'd like to speak to how the subject properties are, contrary to what Ms. Shazada suggested, they're inconsistent with the city's official plan policies for intensification. I'm going to be very brief with my remarks. As you know, this plan supports intensification in areas with close and easy access to transit, as per section 2.2.2 policy 3 and section 3.6.1 subsection 4. Parkview Road is not located within 800 meters of a rapid transit station. In fact, the closest light rail station is approximately 1.8 kilometers from the subject properties. Nor are the subject properties located on a transit priority corridor, contrary to what was suggested. As a result, the subject properties are poorly serviced by transit, particularly during winter months, making it challenging to get to the nearest light rail station. It is therefore unreasonable to expect that the occupiers of the unit will not have a car. The situation is made worse by the fact that any plan to make nearby Carling Avenue a transit corridor is little more than a line on a map. And if and when this plan ever becomes a reality, and that is a big if, it is still decades away. All of this means that Parkview Road is a car-reliant area, and therefore it is, in our opinion, wrong and irresponsible to approve a development that does not support the city's official policies for intensification. It's also misleading to suggest that it is to the contrary. Thank you. And now I pass it to my colleague and neighbor, Chris, to talk about tree analysis.
Is it Miss or Mr. Peacock at 616 Parkview?
Mrs. Peacock, yes.
Okay.
Thanks.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm Chris Peacock, and I am co-owner of 616 Parkview, which is one of the homes directly across from 615. I'm speaking today about all the trees that will be impacted and the resultant community and environmental impact if this proposal is accepted. I was very glad to hear that the Forestry Department has opposed this application and that there were questions about trees earlier. As we all know, trees save on energy costs and support human health in a myriad of ways, and larger mature trees provide exponentially greater benefits. Between the two properties in this proposal, there are 18 mature trees. 8 of these trees meet the current tree protection bylaw diameter of 50 centimeters, and 14 of the 18 trees meet the proposed tree protection bylaw diameter of 30 centimeters. Well, when I wrote this, there was no commitment on behalf of the builder to retain any of the mature trees, and so have heard today that possibly 4 trees can be retained at the back. And I'll just note that 2 trees at the front, the 2 pine trees, are on city property and are also a significant defining part of the street character. The proximity of our street in particular, and in particular these properties to the NCC-owned Hampton Park, can't be overemphasized. Of note is the yellow birch at the rear of 609 that straddles the property and Hampton Park. It is assumed that it would not be possible to either remove or destroy this tree during construction of whatever build is approved for these properties. No, this part you may not want me to continue, but it does impact your decision. We know that trees provide a significant energy saving canopy over these properties, add to the character, streetscape, and biodiversity of the entire street, and to Hampton Park Trail immediately behind these homes that's traveled by thousands of pedestrians annually. In addition, the trees provide significant water infiltration for the same areas because each of these mature trees can absorb between 10 and 20,000 liters of stormwater per year for free, much more reliably and inexpensively than engineered solutions. Removing all of these trees will reduce overall stormwater absorption, and given that the soil on these properties and on the park trail directly behind is clay, neighbors are concerned about the increased risk of localized flooding and increased potential for sewer backup. In addition, the natural and engineered city assets, such as the nearby park trees, vegetation, asphalt path, and playground area could also be affected. Even if any new trees are planted by the developer, it will be decades before they can provide the same water infiltration benefits. As outlined in Sharon Body's submission from Friends of Hampton Park, Ottawa has seen an alarming loss of trees over the last 5 years. And on properties being developed, it's a wider concern from a climate perspective. As recommended in her submission, and if an environmental impact statement has not already been required for this development, one should be done. And depending on the buffer zone requirements for the park and the environmentally protected zone, Hampton Woods, a tree inventory could also be completed. In conclusion, the impact of the loss of at least 17, well, possibly scale that back based on the 4, on the streetscape and existing community character of the street based on the excessive mass of this built form is more than significant to the community that calls this street our home. And I'd just like to add a personal note, if you could possibly go back to slide 7. This, in slide 7, this is the view that I've had across the street for the past 16 years. These trees have become a part of the fabric of my family's everyday life. I look at these trees and beyond into Hampton Woods through my office window on a daily basis, especially during this season when the changing colors are absolutely spectacular. If this proposal is approved, my daily view will be turned from this beautiful oasis to concrete, windows, and possibly a very small tree in the front. I'm not even sure if I'll be able to see the tops of the trees in Hampton Woods any longer. Intensification is understood, and massive developments like these that go well beyond minor variances have a very, very personal impact on residents. Thank you very much, and I'll now turn it over to my neighbor Krista to conclude our presentation.
All right, and that last is Ms. Krista Gregory, 625 Parkview. Ms. Gregory.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Before Ms. Peacock closes her screen, just 2 quick questions for her. The neighborhood, you talked about the trees on the lots. How about the rest of the neighborhood? How does it compare in terms of tree coverage?
These 2 lots actually have the most trees of any other of the other properties. We have across the street, we have 1, 2, 3, about 6 trees on our property, and next door has some, but the combined properties, if you look at the geomap and looking down, you can see that there's a cluster of trees on these 2 properties.
Okay. Would the community have, though, several mature trees similar, maybe not quite as dense, but would they have a number of mature trees?
Yes, there are other several other mature trees on the other properties. And I'll just note, we already have lost several other mature trees with the other builds that have taken place over the last 15 years.
So in your mind, taking the trees into effect, do you feel this is appropriate development of land?
Definitely not, and have not really seen a commitment by the builder to make allowances to retain some of these trees, to keep the character of our street, to really to any extent. And this will be a massive loss of greenscape to our street.
Thank you very much for answering the questions, Mr. Chair. I will have some follow-up questions for staff towards the end.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wildman.
Thank you.
Ms. Gregory.
Good afternoon. I will keep this very brief. Thank you all in the Committee of Adjustment for taking the time to hear from the residents of Parkview today. While you've heard from 7 of us, we've tried to take really great care to consult with our neighbors and immediate community residents in order to voice an accurate picture of our combined concerns with this development as it's currently being proposed. Beyond our direct community, we've also heard from neighboring communities about this development and ultimately what it could mean for them in the future as the infill study in Westboro begins to be applied. Just like those you've heard from today, I myself am a resident, of course, of Parkview Road. I live next to George, so I'm 2 doors down to this proposed development. The folks you've heard from today and others who are represented by us in spirit, we call this street home. It's where we live, it's where we play. Lately, like you, it's where we work. And we're not opposed to intensification when it's in keeping with the development bylaws and the intent and the spirit of our official plan. And this proposed development does not do that. The 4 undersized lots being proposed do not represent a minor, but a major variance when considered together. Each lot is requesting a reduction of 2.25 meters to the required lot width and a reduction of lot size by 28 square meters each. Taken together, this amounts to a reduction of lot width by 9 meters and a total lot size by 112 square meters. And that's how these buildings are going to be seen and experienced and lived close to, is together as one massive, domineering lump. The sheer scale and massing of these buildings will dominate our street, and it will not be in keeping with the established scale, pattern, mass, or rhythm of homes on the street. As stated earlier, our streets really give us our rules. Our street has a particular community character. It's a part of a mature neighborhood composed of single-family homes, homes which are 2 stories or less, homes which allow generous space for trees and greenscaping which prevent flooding, homes with front parking spaces enabling ease of mobility and safety of pedestrians, homes with backyards where backyards are backyards and not parking lots, homes which afford our neighborhoods privacy in their backyards. These are all shared characteristics of our street. This development has none of these characteristics. It is not sensitive to these characteristics, nor does it enhance or complement them at all. Again, we're not opposed to intensification. I live in an infill and I've been welcomed into this community, but intensification needs to make sense. And it needs to abide by our official plan and our bylaws. Thank you very much for taking the time to hear us today. And just thank you again.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cutler, any comments?
Thank you. It's a hard act to follow. In my years of being involved with the community association, I don't think I've ever seen so many residents come out against one development on their street, and as well to put such effort into it and personal time and expense, because I understand they did rely on some professional assistance. They've covered most of the topics that I was going to cover. I think it's worth reiterating. Currently, there's 2 houses on these sites that would allow for 4 units with secondary dwellings. The zoning allows for 4 semis with secondary dwellings or 8 units, or the 3 triplexes. So there is going to be significant intensification on this site if it's developed as right. Question is, at what stage is there too much intensification, or are there any limits on intensification? Well, Mr. Chowan said that the developer is not going to go back and seek a rezoning. We have no guarantees of that. All Mr. Chowan can guarantee is that he wouldn't represent this developer if the developer did that, but we have no guarantees. This is a developer who has done this before. In our neighborhood, he sought a rezoning to build townhouses, knock down the trees, couldn't sell the townhouses, and ended up building the semis that would have been allowed by right. And perhaps if he had planned it originally like that, some of the trees would have survived. What's rather unique about this site is we talk about how it interfaces with the street. These 2 properties really have 2 streets. They have Parkview and they have Hampton Park, and we've seen lots of pictures of that. What's being proposed is not going to interface well with either side. For years, the planning department has talked about eyes on the street whenever they approve something, that by putting in more units, you're going to have more eyes on the street. Well, in this case, the balconies are all in the back of the building. There's no balconies on the front. It's a blank wall. People are going to go into their homes and disappear inside. So there's no eyes on the street that are going to be resulting from this development. Yes, we recognize the massing and the scale is appropriate for 1 building, for 2 buildings, for 3 buildings. It becomes a problem when you're putting in so many buildings. And the city doesn't seem to understand is when you allow the trees to be knocked down, whatever mass and scale you have is much worse when it becomes on a barren lot. You know, if the trees in the front were surviving, then the 3 units would not look out of place, and I'm not advocating for keep the trees and put in 4 units. So I want to be clear on that. I think that's probably all that I can add that hasn't been said already. As I said, I think the residents did a very thorough job in their analysis, and there's probably some points in my submission that I put in writing that I'm not making orally right now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Cutler. Now, we are now on to the next set of neighbors who would like to speak. Who do we have who is hasn't spoken already? All right. And we have one, I believe. Please take yourself off mute, ma'am, so that you can speak.
Is that me?
Yeah, and just identify yourself and your address, please.
Sure. Eva Shackrell, 485 Hilson Avenue. So I'll be very brief because a lot of points have been covered, but I wanted to speak as someone who doesn't live directly on this street. I live within about 4 blocks of this area. So as part of the broader Hampton Iona neighborhood, you know, and among those really heavy users of Hampton Park, I wanted to speak to the fact that this really is going to mar the beauty and the character of the street and Hampton Park as you go by those properties on that side. And I think it hasn't been mentioned, but to me, these older bungalows represent the sort of original character of Parkview Road. There's a reason it's called Parkview. I think, you know, there was an intent there with this street to sort of have a good, close relationship with the woods and the park behind, and that is progressively being lost. So I think there's something to be said for that original character, and that this is so much in contrast and so different from it that it really will very much change and mar the character of the street as well as the neighborhood. It should be noted that Hampton Park is zoned by the city as an environmental protection area. And to my mind, when you walk down that trail right next to these properties, you see the way in which the stand of beautiful mature trees on those properties really form ecologically, and visually certainly, form a whole with the woods of Hampton Park. Nature doesn't respect those boundaries, so they are part of Hampton Woods in a sense, in terms of wildlife habitat, in terms of, people have mentioned the water management and the stormwater effects. And so that will be destroyed with the loss of all of these beautiful mature trees, a beautiful stand of maple trees in particular on the Hampton Park side. The playground operated by the city is 80 meters away, quite close, and it's a very unique playground in the midst of the woods. You don't feel like the woods have been cut down to make this playground. It is integrated together. And you also have the impression as you walk behind these properties in the park that they integrate with the woods and with Hampton Park, and that is going to be lost. I just also wanted to briefly comment on the lot width and Mr. Chown's suggestion that, well, actually 4 units would be better than 3 because you have more space between them. The problem is that the space between them is not green space. So that argument simply doesn't hold water. You would not have a better green space by having 4 units than by 4 lots rather than 3. In fact, having 3 hopefully would allow the designers and the developers to find more creative ways to preserve and add actual green space to this development. And again, just the ecological diversity and uniqueness of Hampton Park, studies have been done. You will see that in the submission from Friends of Hampton Park. It has over 40 tree species, 100 plant species. It's habitat for migratory birds. And of course, the NCC is involved jointly with the city. The NCC is the major owner of Hampton Park. So I would plead that all of these things be taken into consideration, and particularly that we preserve the beauty and the integrity of the neighborhood and the street with Hampton Park. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Carson?
Hello,
Your address, please.
I'm living at 616 Parkview Road, so I am directly across the street from the proposed development.
Okay.
Try to keep this down to things that you haven't heard. I strongly support the report of my neighbors that was just presented to you. I really, as with many other neighbors, understand that the city supports intensification, but this increase from 2 to 12 units is just beyond reason. There's no question that this block of buildings and subsequent loss of trees will change the look and feel of the street. The images that you were shown make it look as if the roofs are a similar height, but they are actually, the 3rd floor is actually higher than the peak of the roof next door. So to me, the height is very different from what you've been shown. The aesthetics are hugely important to me, but they are trumped by the practical concerns stated in the report. I don't understand where you propose those cars will park. There will not be room because it's not a typical street. Because of Hampton Park, we don't have side streets either at the end of our street nor behind the block. There's already an inordinate amount of traffic on our little street, as you've heard, with cars going to the park, the plaza, the dog park. Personally, it's difficult for me to back out of my driveway if there's a car parked across from it because it's a narrow street. In the winter, it is sometimes almost impossible just to get out of my drive. We also, it hasn't been mentioned, we manage 18-wheel trucks that drive down our street after deliveries to the plaza at the end of the street. With the proposed variances, I really believe the situation is going to be constant. I also run a home-based business and require a parking spot for clients, which will be entirely unavailable likely. I wanted to report to you that I've been stunned to see the number of people stopping at the properties, talking with neighbors and voicing their concerns. Again, I remind you, this isn't a typical street because of the park. There's a really large number of pedestrians who walk on our block, again, as stated, without sidewalks. They come from a lot of other neighborhoods because it's the only direct access for pedestrians walking from anywhere east of us to the Plaza and Carling Avenue. It's kind of a pedestrian corridor. The proposed changes would impact, therefore, more than just the residents on our street. These neighbors from other areas have been uniformly concerned, not just with the intensification, since we've gotten used to that, but with the density that will be created by this variance. We're shocked that the committee might permit the developer to build such a dense, oversized mass of 4 buildings on 2 lots. I think it's necessary to admit that the effect of these variances, if you permit 12 units, is like constructing an apartment block when it's taken together in the middle of a 1-block street that doesn't have the infrastructure to support it. If, as is stated in your documents, the street gives you the rules for a neighborhood, then you're truly considering breaking the rules. And I ask that you respect our own and our neighborhood. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We have Christy Ross as well, I believe. Ms. Ross.
Hi, thank you very much.
And
So
your
my name is
address, Ms. Ross.
my address. So my office address is also my home address these days, and it's 33 Bauer Street. I do not live on Parkview, but I am the land use planner, a land use planning lawyer as well, and I've been retained by the residents of Parkview Road, who did a very comprehensive and thorough and quite informative PowerPoint presentation. So I'm not going to repeat any of that. I might highlight aspects of it, but they made sort of a very clear and cogent argument for how this proposal does not meet any of the 4 tests that are required under the Planning Act. And I would like to provide just a little bit of legal context to sort of that submission that they make. So the first point that I want to make, which I know the committee is very familiar with, is the case law on what is considered minor in the context of a minor variance. Advises that the committee should not really look at the numbers. They shouldn't look at sort of numeric calculations, in fact, but they really should focus on the potential impact that the request for the minor variances may cause to nearby properties, but also the community as a whole and at large. And I submit that this exercise is really quite intimately linked and interrelated to Ottawa's official plan policies, in particular, Ottawa's official plan policies with respect to compatibility. I think Greg did a fabulous job of discussing those. But if I could sum it up, those policies in like a sentence or two, really it's the idea that new development and infill and intensified development should fit well, build on existing patterns. And then a really important aspect is the test in 2.5.1, which is that it will not result in undue adverse effects. And I think that test for undue adverse effects is really linked back to, one's consideration of, is this minor in nature or is it not? And I know we've heard a lot today that this is not minor in nature, and there's a number of significant impacts and a number of significant undue adverse effects. And that a lot of that sort of is related to the replication 4 times over of, 4 narrower lots for smaller lot areas, and a replication of a built form over and over again, which is not seen and doesn't exist on Parkview as it is. I mean, I'm going to focus on a few of these impacts. One is less building separation. That's significant. And that's a significant change between 3 triplexes versus 4 triplexes. There was much less building separation. That is narrower space. And that really does affect the feel and pacing as you walk down the street and the feel you get from an environment and from a community. There's also reduced green space, reduced tree coverage, particularly a loss of distinctive trees, which is important. And then this idea, the way the walkways and the driveways and the built form exist, there's sort of an intense fragmentation of front and side yards in a way that, once again, isn't replicated on Parkview. And also the question of an entirely different use and relation of rear yards, with the focus of that space on parking and balconies, not sort of open amenity space. And then there is the question of rear balconies over 3 stories, once again, not seen on Parkview Crescent at all. And that will also contribute to some undue adverse effects related to overlook of adjacent properties. And I'd like to take the committee back to section 4.1 policy 10, which is the policy that speaks about when assessing the appropriateness of a proposal, compatibility with buildings across the street from the proposal as well as those adjacent should be given consideration. Novatech in their presentation pulled up some sort of narrow lot format, sort of along portions of the street. But if you go directly across the street, I'm going to give you some measurements from 3 of the sort of the yards directly across the street. So at 612 Parkview, we have a detached bungalow, and it has a frontage of about 19.8 meters. I did measurements on Geo Ottawa, and if you look at, and that's a detached home. If you look at 616 Parkmount, which is also across the street, you're also looking at around 19 meters frontage, and also once again a detached home. And then if you look at 604, what's interesting about that is you have 2 semi-detached homes, but the driveways are on sort of on either end of the property, and you have this massive open connected front lawn. So really, if you look at directly across the street, you're not seeing 4 narrow lots with 4 homes squeezed on there. You're seeing quite a different lot fabric. And if you look adjacent to the proposal, you're looking at 2 story semi-detached homes on one side and a 2-story detached home on the other side. So in light of all of that, it's my submission that the impact of the application isn't minor, and it also doesn't meet the compatibility policies in the official plan. Further to that point, Novatech noted that there are some new intensification targets that City Council has voted on, and that is true. Yet I'm going to make the legal point that that is not part of the official plan, and that the committee is making their decision on the official plan as it exists today. We heard from one of the residents about transit, that the site is not close to transit. And the way the official plan is read, I mean, you have to read the intensification policies, the compatibility policies. And there's less of a push to intensify in areas of the general urban area that are not close to transit. In this case, we have a site that is not particularly close to transit. So it's my submission that you can't give more weight to the intensification policies. You have to look at those policies, but you also have to give considerable weight to the compatibility policies. I also wanted to highlight for the committee that in the past, they have denied similar applications for minor variances to build triplexes, once again, in an R3 zone, such as this one, where a triplex is permitted as a land use. So one example is also in Westboro, on a similar local street, also with the R3 zoning, and that is the file for 694 Roosevelt. In that case, it was a proposal for consent and minor variances to sever one lot into 2 and build 2 triplexes, excuse me. And in that case, the lot width was 10 meters, so it was a wider lot than in this instance, and the lot area variance was only 7.1 square meters less than the bylaw requirement. So here you heard earlier that we are looking at about a 28 square meter difference. So in that instance, where the minor variances were smaller and where there were only 2 lots and 2 dwellings involved, the committee did turn that down. So there is precedent for rejecting that, even if the zoning bylaw permits the use. It's my submission that the Parkview proposal is far more impactful for the reasons I just outlined. So as a result, I do not recommend that the committee approve this proposal. I think it's been clearly established through the photos and the submissions you've heard that the 4 tests are not met. I'll note again that in order to decide that the 4 tests aren't met, you just have to find that one of the tests isn't met. I'll submit that none of them are in this instance. And I also wanted just to emphasize and point out that the Forest Service opposes the application due to the loss of some distinctive trees. And a lot of that is related to, once again, the intensity that's been being proposed for development on the site. I'd be curious if 3 triplexes would result in any less tree loss. So I would probably seek an answer to that question at a later point. However, I've also included in my letter, and I just wanted to speak to it quite briefly now, that should this committee
Please,
decide
you're well over your time limit.
Okay, what I was going to ask is if I could speak to, I made some suggestions at the end of my letter that if the committee does approve this, that there were some conditions that we'd like to see with respect to trees. We'd like to see a written and firm assurance that no fourth unit could be added. And once again, that there'd be a tying of the plans to any approval. And I think the other point that that we think would make a lot more sense for this site would be sort of integrated parking that was not in the rear and not on the street. It was like, say, in the basement, as you often see in these developments. You go down to the driveway and turn into an enclosed parking, and that would obviously require a resubmission of the application, but I think it would just make much better planning sense. So those are my submissions. I'm subject to any comments you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Mr. Wildman, you have a question, comment?
Yes, for Ms. Ross, you mentioned section. Well, let me back up. It's safe to say that, but for the fourth unit, we wouldn't be here having this discussion. Are you in general agreement with that?
Yes, I am in general agreement with that. I mean, 3 triplexes, I did the measurements. They do fit on the site. So I do have that contention.
I just want to be clear about that because, I mean, ultimately, even if the committee does turn it down, there's a high probability that 3 units could end up going in there as proposed. And safe to say you probably agree that with the submissions of Mr. Chowan that parking is not a requirement. So there's really nothing that can be done in that regard as well.
I do.
Okay. But I was glad to hear you talk about section 4 of the official plan, because it is the section that talks about development review, and in that section proposed land use changes are talked about, and a proposed land use change does include non-conforming use applications to the committee, so variances as well as consents. And further down in section 4, it speaks to the preservation of trees. And I wanted to get your thoughts on that because you touched on it. And I would very curious to get your thoughts on the requirement to preserve trees relative to the 4 tests. And if you might just elaborate just a tiny bit on that, because you started going down there and you were cut off by the chair who rightly pointed out the 5-minute rule. But I'm allowed to ask questions, so I'm just going to ask you what your thoughts are on that particular aspect, the official plans application of that, and the appropriateness of applying that to minor variances.
Sure, thank you. No, I'd be thrilled to answer that question. So, I mean, I think the issue of tree coverage and the preservation of trees sort of relates to sort of 2 or maybe even 3 of the tests. First of all, I think it very much speaks to whether or not the development is desirable and appropriate. I think when one is doing infill development, one must sort of look at all of the policies in the official plan and you read them as a whole and apply them all. So the idea that one preserve and protect trees to the extent they can speaks to the development one should do. And I think in this case, it speaks to why it's inappropriate to sort of squeeze that 4th lot and that 4th triplex on the lot, because contrary to some of the submissions that we've received about there not being as much open green space and trees not necessarily being able to be preserved with one less unit, I'd say that it's possible that some of those trees may need to be removed to build the form. But when a tree under the tree bylaw is removed, one has the obligation to replace it. So it just simply provides more space, to replace as many trees as possible. And I think that sort of informs another aspect of the 4 tests of this notion of, impact and is it minor in nature. when one, as well as sort of official plan compliance, because I sort of see when you look at compatibility and you're assessing that under the official plan, you're looking at built form, but you're also looking at open space, green, trees as well, like a very much a character of certain streets. I mean, if you think of maybe like Pumo and the Glebe, it's this like wide tree-lined street. I mean, that is the character. It's not, there's a similar built form as well, but it's the feel that you get from that green space. And when you sort of are shoehorning as many lots as possible into a small space, you lose that, and you lose sort of the benefits that one gets, the sort of health and environmental benefits one gets from green grass, flowers, trees, bushes, and all of the above.
Yes, and so there's a section that says that there's a requirement to determine which stands of trees or individual trees warrant retention. And we sort of heard a little bit about the number of trees, but also the maturity of the trees here. So it's your feeling that, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but if I understood you correctly, it's your feeling that at least 3 of the 4 tests may be offended by the impact on the trees given the relief sought.
Yes, that is a correct assessment. And I think, one should do everything one can do to preserve a distinctive tree.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Wildman? Pardon me?
No, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Okay. All right. I don't see any of the other individuals who wish to speak to this. So obviously we've, you folks who put the presentation together and those who followed, and Ms. Ross, have covered all the bases. So, Mr. Chown, over to you to respond. You've heard the...
Mr. Chair, sorry, we did have someone, John, who had his hand raised to speak.
John. Is this John Harris? You're muted, sir. I can't hear you. You have to hit the unmute, sir.
There it is. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, and your name is, please?
It's John Collier, and I'm at 595 Westview Avenue. That's the adjacent street to Parkview.
Okay.
I just got the impression from the last bit of the conversation that somehow or other 3 triplexes are okay and 4 triplexes are not. And I guess I just had this question is that I don't think anybody is saying 3 triplexes are okay, and that actually the preference would be duplexes or single family homes. So I'm wondering how you somehow, I wouldn't want the builder to get the idea that triplexes are going to be okay. That's what I'm basically saying, that the height of the building will actually detract from the street view of the woods behind. And there's certainly not enough road space to handle that size of development. So I guess I'm asking what would have to happen for us to limit the build to duplexes or 2 stories?
You'd have to rezone your neighborhood to R2. You're zoned R3, which allows for triplexes.
And there are no triplexes on that street at all.
That, quite frankly, that may be the case, but they are allowed in the bylaw.
Right. So the bylaw needs to be changed.
That's correct.
And so when the builder, if the builder proceeds or puts forward a submission for 3 triplexes, will this also come to the committee?
It may not, because those 3 triplexes have a sufficient lot width and area to be able to be constructed.
I see. So when do residents have a say about this?
Well, you're having your say right now.
Right, and so I'm really saying, what do we need to do to stop a build of triplexes on Parkview?
Well, I would suggest that you should talk to your ward councillor.
Oh,
and foremost.
Yeah. And is there a more direct route?
That is the direct route, sir.
I see. Well, I guess
Sir,
that's the next. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, if I may just add, I just want to be clear. The reason I asked the question of Ms. Ross was because I wanted her acknowledgement that if 3 triplexes were applied for and they complied with the balance of the zoning bylaw, which I think they likely would,
yeah,
there wouldn't be a discussion at this committee.
No.
And we wouldn't be discussing anything because they're permitted. And whether that's right or wrong, that's a decision that council has made, and we don't have the authority to overturn that. So I just wanted to point what is permitted out and what is not permitted out, and I just wanted to get it out there with Ms. Ross, who I think agreed with my assessment of that. And so as the chair has said, sir, you would really have to talk to your counselor, but it's beyond our ability to go back on a decision that council has made is appropriate in this zone.
I see. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. All right. Mr. Chown, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank everybody for their comments. So there's a few things I want to touch base on, and while I'm talking, I would appreciate it if the coordinator could put up the site plan again for at least a part of my response. Firstly, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I want it to be abundantly clear and on the record that this proposed development fully conforms to section 139 and 140 of the zoning bylaw, which deals with the mature neighborhoods overlay and the streetscape character analysis requirements of the zoning bylaw. This property conforms with the provisions dealing with the relationship between a principal entrance to the building and the street. It conforms with respect to the landscaped area in the front yard, and it conforms with respect to driveway access. So there's no question, and I think staff could confirm this as well, that the proposal is in full compliance and conformity with the requirements of the streetscape character analysis or the mature neighborhood overlay provisions of the zoning bylaw. Mr. Chairman, I asked the coordinator to put this drawing up again so we could talk a little bit more about trees. The number of trees that are actually within the footprint of the buildings is 4 out of the 18 or 20 trees that we've been talking about today. So the buildings are not resulting in the loss of significant trees on this property. Trees in the front yard and trees in the rear yard could all be maintained if we don't provide parking. So we face a conundrum. Do we provide parking and lose some of the trees, or do we provide no parking, which still conforms to the zoning bylaw, and lose some trees? This is an issue I think that comes up time and time again on infill projects in the mature neighborhoods. And quite frankly, I don't know what the answer is. But if the opinion of the committee is that saving the trees is more important than providing the 4 parking spaces, then so be it. You may consider approving the applications and imposing a condition on the minor variance that that we do not provide parking, with the result that we can save those trees. Mr. Chairman, both Mr. Cutler and Ms. Ross have acknowledged that we can build 3 triplexes as of right. Whether we build 3 or whether we build 4 isn't going to make any difference in terms of the opportunity to preserve trees on these properties. Whether it's 3 or 4, the trees that we're all mostly focused on are outside the footprint of the buildings. So whether it's 3 or 4 will not impact on the number of trees to be protected or preserved during construction. But what 4 buildings gives you versus 3 is it gives you an additional opportunity or view through the development, through the site to Hampton Park. Mr. Chairman, I then want to just respond to Ms. Ross's references to the decision of the Committee of Adjustment with respect to the applications at 694 Roosevelt. I believe the members of committee are aware of this, and maybe Ms. Ross is not. That refusal by the committee was appealed to LPAT. There was a pre-hearing conference, which is most unusual on an appeal of a Committee of Adjustment decision. But there was a pre-hearing conference leading to a board decision and order with respect to the issues that should be considered or could be considered at a full hearing on that appeal. And Ms. Ross has correctly reminded you that the application was for 2 triplexes. The only relief being sought was with respect to lot width and lot area, and there were no variances associated with the buildings themselves. So I have shared this decision with the committee earlier this week, and I hope that the members of the committee have had the opportunity to read the decision and the order. But I highlighted in my transmittal to the committee, and I'll highlight on the record today, that the decision and the order issued by Ms. Milchberg on behalf of the LPAT states, for greater certainty, no variances have been sought that relate to the proposed development on the site, and as such, no evidence is to be led on issues related to the proposed development. The importance of that decision and that order is that we need to be focused on the variances for lot width and lot area and whether or not they meet the tests. It's not about the impact of the buildings that can be built as of right on those lots. The questions about the size of the building, the mass of the building, the parking that's being provided, the amenity space that's being provided, and even the trees that are going to be protected will all be dealt with through the building permit process. And in particular, with respect to trees, there is now a new requirement as a result of changes to the city's urban tree bylaw that we have to go through a process of providing the city with a tree disclosure report before we can get a building permit to develop these sites. And that tree disclosure report will be reviewed by forestry staff at the City of Ottawa. So approving this application today doesn't give our client the authority to cut down trees. There still is another process. The application before you today is about creating 4 lots instead of 3. The evidence is that there already are many examples in this neighborhood of similar sized and maybe even smaller lots than what are being requested through the applications today. Mr. Chairman, I think that the question before the committee today is, should it be 4 triplexes or should it be 3? What are the benefits of 4 versus 3? Is it of benefit to the city as a whole to accommodate a 4th triplex as opposed to 3 on these properties? And as I said in my initial response to questions earlier this afternoon, to provide the opportunity for 3 more families to live in this neighborhood. Thank you for the opportunity to respond, and we'll look forward to your decision.
Thank you, Mr. Chown. Any other members have any final comments before we reserve on this application? Ms. Sharon.
Thank you. I wanted to follow up with Mr. Biddle about his comments related to the transportation nearby. You had characterized the bus routes as being not oriented towards a, what should I say, that maybe the frequency or the reliability wasn't there to designate it as kind of a easy access to transport. So maybe you could just provide a few more comments on what makes the transportation that's offered nearby within a short walk not transportation friendly.
Sure, I'd be happy to, and perhaps others have other points they could add to this as well. But one of the things that we are raising in relation to the city's official plan for policies of intensification are around the transit hubs. And the point that we were trying to make is that we are clearly not close to one of these transit hubs and will not be for any time in the foreseeable future, if ever. To give a little bit more detail on how complicated that is, there are basically 2 routes we can take on OC Transpo to get to one of these transit hubs. Both those routes are frequently unreliable routes. They are particularly frequently unreliable in the wintertime, and many residents in this area find that they have to rely on other modes of transportation at those moments to get to those hubs. So our point is on that particular part raised by the developer in this case, or the applicant in relation to these variances, is that it does not meet those policies in terms of intensification because we are not part of a transit hub. And to suggest that Carling is part of that, Carling Avenue is part of that, in my estimation is disingenuous, simply because that is not something that's going to happen in probably our lifetime, if at all. And it's just at this point a line in the map. So the accessing the transit, and if you take into consideration these things like winter conditions, people having to walk to get to the buses as it is, either on Kirkwood or over on Clare Avenue, that those routes are frequently not available. Coupled with the fact that there are these parking issues means that this is not a candidate for that claim.
Thank you. Thank you. That clarifies.
Okay. Any other questions from members for anyone who was presenting? All right, then. What we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Chown and his fellow planner for an excellent presentation on this, and I'd like to thank the community for putting together such a comprehensive and complete discussion on the merits or lack thereof of this application. A lot of work, and as someone who spent 31 years on the Zoning and Development Committee of my own community association, I know how many hours get put into these things. So your efforts are definitely appreciated by us. Anyway, we are going to reserve on this application, and the final decision will be. And good evening. This that being the end of the agenda. This.
So we're not hearing you well. Sorry.
You keep cutting out.
We haven't heard the decision.
I said at the, now, we have
If I
now,
may, you're not going to get a sorry.
you'll get a decision in 10 days.
Decision in 10 days. Okay.
In 10 days, which is
And
standard practice.
How will we receive that, please?
If you're one of the residents who received a notice, you'll get a copy. If you are not one of the residents, you can request one from the committee.
Actually, Mr. Chair, we do need a written request to send a decision. So if anyone would like one, please send me an email. If it is preferred if one person receives the decision and then they can forward it on to the remaining residents.
Okay. All right. Thanks again, ladies and gentlemen, and have a good evening. This hearing is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.